a Sunday? Yeah, if you got the Sunday scaries, let me make it scarier for you. Dude, what's up with my haters, dude? This is literally, like, this is when random YouTube slop tubers would say, Hasan has like blackmail on the Twitch CEO or something. And then like they're doing, Josh Gottheimer is a literal congressional representative in the Democratic Party in New Jersey. Okay. And he's saying, wow. Josh Gottheimer, unbelievable. Golden Kappa train incoming, ladies and gentlemen. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, the #1 radicalizing function in independent media. Support independent media, ladies and gentlemen, folks, boys, girls, MBs. The Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. There's a Golden Kappa train happening right now. You can also gift a sub to many others, or you can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime, or for $6 a month with a regular subscription. A subscription will allow you to send me links with no guarantees that I will click on them, or it will give you the happiness that you know that you are subscribing to independent media. Democrats privately disgusted by Hasan Piker but are afraid to publicly criticize him House Dem claims. Dude, that's so funny. They're privately disgusted. Let me tell you what they're privately saying, okay? I can tell you what they're privately saying. They're privately saying, thank God there's someone out there who's saying the things that some of us are maybe a little afraid to say. Or at least that's the attitude I got from the many people I spoke to that weren't all like superstar celebrities or anything. They're just like regular folks as well. I had $10 in my bank and resub, never say I don't love you. Dude, that's crazy. You shouldn't do that if you have $10 remaining. Shani DeVito, thank you for the 5 gifted. Ian Tattoos, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. God damn. He's here. Missed you. I can't face a Monday without you on a Sunday. Yeah, if you got the Sunday scaries, let me make it scarier for you. Dude, what's up with my haters, dude? This is literally, like, this is when random YouTube slop tubers would say, Hasan has like blackmail on the Twitch CEO or something. And then like they're doing, Josh Gottheimer is a literal congressional representative in the Democratic Party in New Jersey. Okay. And he's saying that like Democrats are terrified of me, but they can't say it out loud, but they all they're disgusted by me. What the? I know it's Mother's Day, but you didn't have to go live for me. Yes, I went live for all the mothers on this beautiful day, on this glorious day. What an insane thing. I mean, look, I'm honored. I'm honored to be just even mentioned, really. I think you are, perhaps you are creating an environment of fear for yourself. Not to lower the temperature here, but, Gottheimer, Israel first, Dem claims Dems are scared of me, but can't say it publicly. In the New York Times, Sunday Fun Day, Mom's Day, get in now. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Cogman10. God damn, thank you for the 25 get the subs. And Extra Rice, thank you for the 5 give the subs. Stop lying about Fun Day. I think they're getting desperate and don't want you to collab with politicians. Yeah, I find it really funny. I don't know why they think I got this level of emotion. Some of the top comments I get when I go out in public is from people who are, famous, ordinary folks alike, is always like, thank you for putting on the good fight. The Democrats are literally not doing what needs to be done. I mean, this was like the comments in general, people checking in, being like, I hope you're okay. I know it's like hectic. I know it's crazy. But then outside of that, the question I keep getting is like, are you running? Are you going to run? I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not interested in running for office. I'm not interested in running for office at all in any way, shape, or form. I don't know why the media is presenting it as though I am for some weird reason, but I'm not. Anyway, that's your sign to run. We don't care if you want to. No, that's not my sign to run. It's not going to happen. Okay. But oh God, this thing is so annoying. You are more interested to run than to game. Okay, fair. But that doesn't mean that I'm interested in running. That just means that I'm never gaming. I'm not interested in gaming. That's all that means. I need you to understand. They're calling you president of the blast off. I already blasted off with that. Okay. I already did. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Let the people know we're live. We're freaking alive. Why should I believe what a politician says? Yeah, I'm not a politician. So I agree. Chatters, politicians get their lives destroyed? No, that's not the fear. My life has already been severely under attack. My argument is about how much time. My argument is this. Yeah. It always revolves around how much time and how much effort I can place. In order to min-max, I find it I find it much focus on what I'm doing so far and lend a hand to candidacies that I think are good, rather than spend all this time and energy and effort on, like, you know, running in one singular race and not even guaranteeing a victory, you know? It's just like, it's crazy that people think that, you know, I have any investment in running in general. I'm a mouthpiece, you know? I do agitated propaganda. This is my role. I feel like it's much better for me to try to lend support to organizations that are doing good work, and to people who are running that deserve that support. Yeah. Trump going back to Biden. Netanyahu just left abruptly a meeting with Trump. Of course, the anti-camper, thank you for the 5 gifted. And Ducky, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. Sig Fenmil, thank you for the 10 gifted. Then you'd actually have that terrible job. How are you going to shoot the Fear Am podcast from Washington? You are disappointing Varoufakis. Yeah, I know. All right, we're going to get to situation monitoring, but first let's monitor the situation here in the United States of America, obviously, which Josh Gottheimer, congressperson from the state of New Jersey, the state that some people attribute to my place of birth for some weird reason. I don't know this state at all. Okay, weird, but whatever. Has written a piece in the New York Times titled, I'm a guest essay in the New York Times on this beautiful Sunday. I'm a Democrat. My party has a double standard on anti-Semitism. This, I just got on. I was doing the podcast, so I didn't even know that this existed. Have you been asked for responses? No, of course not. And the New York Times is not even letting me write a fucking op-ed on all this slander and smears that I keep getting, that I've been inundated with. You know, you can write the same article about Islamophobia, Arab hate. I don't get the point of this. I mean, it's not even a double standard. It's a single standard on Islamophobia. Everyone does it. Everyone thinks it's awesome. Okay, that's it. All right, let's take a look at what the fuck he has written. I'm a Democrat. My party has a double standard on anti-Semitism by Josh Gottheimer, New Jersey's 5th Congressional District. In 2017, Democratic leaders denounced the white supremacist march in Charlottesville chanting, Jews will not replace us. In 2022, Democrats took Donald Trump to task for having dinner with Nick Fuentes, an anti-Semite and a white supremacist. Across the Democratic Party's ideological spectrum, right-wing hate is consistently condemned. But today, too many Democrats are noticeably and shamefully silent when anti-Semitism comes from the far left. At a moment when the Anti-Defamation League is reporting a surge of anti-Semitic incidents in the past 3 years, is a glaring double standard. Considering the response to, really the embrace of, Hasan Piker, a prominent left-wing commentator with millions of online followers, he referred to Orthodox Jews as inbred and said America deserved 9/11. Both statements he half-heartedly walked back. Said that Hamas, a designated terrorist organization that has killed Americans and taken America's hostages, is 1,000 times better than Israel. Israel has killed more Americans. Israel has literally killed more Americans. What the fuck are you talking about, dumbass? Like, that's kind of the point. Anyway, that is the point. That's exactly the point. Then Israel, America's ally, which he called a fascist settler colonial apartheid state, a statement that he stands by. Yes, of course I stand by saying Israel, America's ally, is a fascist settler colonial apartheid state because it's fucking true. Tackle the argument instead of just like leaning into, tackle the argument and try to address it instead of leaning into, I can't believe he's saying this. Can you guys believe he's saying these truthful things that I cannot actually address? Yeah, it's true, bitch. Say something about it. A statement he stands by. None of this should be waved away as mere edgy commentary. Yeah, some of it is edgy commentary. Some of it is just objective truths, okay, that are maybe too hard for you to hear. Like the fact that Israel is a settler colonial apartheid state. That is literally just the truth. And it's not just my assessment. It's not only the assessment of Desmond Tutu and numerous other very important figures throughout history, but it's also the assessment currently of B'Tselem, an Israeli human rights organization, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, the United fucking Nations, dumbass, the International Criminal Court, the International Court of Justice. What are you talking about? Sadly, we've seen prominent Democrats appear on a show and even campaign with him, granting his views legitimacy. I've spoken to congressional colleagues who have privately told me that many things Piker said are disgusting, yet they'll say nothing about it in public, even as they rightly rush to condemn President Trump for his unending barrage of offensive comments and social media posts. I understand that speaking up isn't easy. If you do, there are many on the left who will heckle you in public and troll you online. But whether we're elected officials, candidates, organizers, or activists, we should remember that our constituents don't expect us to take the easy path. It takes far more courage to stand up to those who have long claimed to be in your corner than oppose your political opponents. Here's the problem, buddy. Okay? This is a 90-10 issue in the fucking party. It's a 90-10 issue in the fucking party. It was a major issue that caused the Democrats to lose to an incompetent, tyrannical fascist like Donald Trump, who is doing the bidding of Israel. So I guess you're not as frustrated with Donald Trump as many of your constituents are. Okay? So yes, it's not people being afraid of getting heckled. It's people being afraid of democracy, the democratic process, and facing their constituents. You might be so invested in the goals of the state of Israel, a foreign nation, that you don't care. You'll stick your neck out and act as though you were engaging in an act of fucking bravery. Okay. But the reality of the matter is your colleagues that are disgusted with my statements, that are too afraid to say anything about it, are actually not afraid because my fans are all over the country and they're going to fucking heckle politicians. It's that people, their constituents, are going to hear what they have to say about a prominent critic of Israel and go, wait a minute, I agree with this fucking prominent critic of Israel. Why are you attacking a prominent critic of Israel? I'm a critic of Israel myself, and I'm your fucking constituent. What they're afraid of is not sticking their neck out and doing the right thing. What they're afraid of is actually facing their constituents on an issue that they obviously do not align on. How silly. How unbelievably silly. It takes far more courage to stand up to those who have long claimed to be in your corner than to oppose your political opponents. That's what principled leadership is all about, but we're not always seeing it. Yeah, the Democrat politicians need to take a principled stance and say, fuck the voters, fuck this 90-10 issue. We are pro-Israel. That's great, man. That's what they should be doing. Josh Gottheimer, you are such a fucking unbearable loser. Oh my God. At their recent party convention, Michigan Democrats nominated a candidate to run for a seat in the University of Michigan's Board of Regents who shared a social media post praising the former leader of Hezbollah as a martyr, and another post that invoked, yeah, that guy's awesome, by the way. You want to know why he got fucking elected? Because as a lawyer, he stood against the previous fucking regent who not only was a freak, okay, it turns out in Slack messages we found out that he was writing horrible things about students and how quote-unquote fuckable they are, okay? But also on top of that, he very famously prosecuted in a democratic state. He actively pushed to prosecute peaceful college campus protesters that were protesting against the apartheid that was at the time doing a genocide. That's the reason why that person is getting punished for two reasons, not just the Slack messages, but also because of the actions that he took in the interest of defending Israel's approval ratings in the United States of America by trying to push for criminal prosecution against peaceful protesters on an issue that is, once again, 90-10 in the Democratic base. You cannot call yourself a Democratic Party representative if you are this at odds with your own base. You might as well just fucking switch your party loyalty at that point. Last month, Senate Democrats voted two measures that would have blocked the sales of military equipment to Israel, with some arguing that among the reasons their votes was their assessment of Israel's human rights record. Is this turnabout a legitimate departure of decades of American foreign policy, or more likely, is it a politically convenient stance that coincides with a small but vocal and growing sentiment? It's not small. It's not small. This is not a small but vocal a growing constituency. It is the entirety of the constituency. These guys are so actively trying to deny abject reality that is in front of them. And the only way that they can get away with this is if they know the readership of the New York Times is also just as fucking oblivious, which I'm willing to bet, and we will look at the comments in a second, they are probably flaming his ass, because even the liberal elite New York Times readership has had enough with Israel and has had enough with Israel first politics, which Josh Gottheimer is absolutely demonstrating. Let's look at the comments real quick. How many times do people have to say it? As many comments as done below. Criticism of the government of Israel is not the same thing as anti-Semitism. We hear this over and over. We should cut off military aid and weapons sales to Israel until Israel agrees to start removing settlers from the West Bank. Conflating criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism is anti-Semitic to me, an American Jew. This allows people like the author, Israel's leaders, and many Republicans to use the term in history of the Holocaust as a shield for current day atrocities. Hasan Piker is pointing out the truth, and sometimes he may say something insensitive, but I have no doubt he would actually fight for my rights and not use me as a prop. As many and others have said, criticizing the actions of the Israeli government is not akin to anti-Semitism. The decades of Israeli oppression of Arab and Palestinian people is well documented. I would cut off all arms sales and funding to Israel and to other nations that traffic in oppression. Hey, Josh, are you hearing? Are you hearing the constituents? No, of course not. You're such a fucking bitch. These guys have so much disdain for democracy. They have so much unbelievable disdain for democracy. Never did I ever think that we would be in a place where the American population, not just the American population, but New York Times subscribers would be taking the side of a fucking Twitch streamer when a Democratic congressperson went about their day and wrote a goddamn op-ed, okay? This is designed, the readership is supposed to be designed in a way where, like, they will literally take Josh Gottheimer's position over the position of a random fucking Twitch streamer that they could just easily discard. But they all understand exactly what's going on here. And this is precisely what I was talking about when I said, these guys are attacking me because they think they can discipline people who speak out against Israel. They think they can actually silence people who are saying, what the fuck are we doing? This is embarrassing. This is humiliating. Do something about this, Democrats. Fight back against this, Democrats. And yet, these guys still do it, not realizing that they're burning what remains of their their minor credibility on any issue whatsoever. They're burning away what remains of their social capital and their political power with the hopes that they can just discipline a fucking Twitch streamer. It's over. To the author of this piece, I say that my father got out of Germany in 1930 and always warned us that right-wing nativist authoritarians of any stripe are never good news for Jews. 100%. Every political party is anti-Semite, some hidden, some open. I don't particularly enjoy walking in No King's March next to a few people changing from the river to the sea, but I'm a lot more afraid of the white native. Like, this person still gets afraid when they hear from the river to the sea, but he's like, but I kind of get where they're coming from, as opposed to like the actual fucking danger. Like, this is the most charitable for Josh Gottheimer's perspective, right? And even then, they're like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? When you lose a person like this who sincerely is afraid of from the river to the sea, Palestine would be free, who is understandably much more afraid of the true danger to Jews, which is the white nationalist anti-Semitism that is unbelievably normalized on the right, okay? And an allegiance, this unholy allegiance, this undying allegiance to the fucking nation state of Israel that is actively saying we're doing this for the Jews, making Jews' lives less safe, okay? What the fuck do you think? Where the fuck are we on this issue? Why are you still doing this? Knowing full well that it's not working, why are you burning your social capital, the limited amount of social capital that remains? Here are my brief comments. Anti-Semitism must always be addressed and confronted. Disagreement with Netanyahu and his government is not anti-Semitic. Tom Friedman in the New York Times is always right. Go read him. Ew. I'm an agnostic who's raised as a Reform Jew. I haven't been in a synagogue since I was 16, but I did go through 10 years of religious school. I'm very proud of my ethnic heritage. I identify as an ethnic Jew. I'm an unreconstructed new left hippie in politics. I'm hypersensitive to anti-Semitism. I'm also strongly opposed to the current politics in the Israeli government. The basic principle of all racism is the assumption that all members of a particular group are the same. When people equate the Israeli government with all Jews, they're following the basic principle of racist thinking. A significant portion of Israelis oppose what their government is doing. At lunchtime, some boys would roll pennies on the hall cafeteria, shout Jew. Anyone picked up? I learned the K word and Y word when I was a kid. I don't care what side of the aisle people's politics come from if they can't escape the idea that all group members are the same. Well, good thing I don't do that. Mr. Gottheimer got it fundamentally wrong. I'm not familiar with Hasan Piker, but agree or disagree with the examples cited. None of them are based on ethnicity. Criticizing behavior must always be allowed. Yeah, even Josh Gottheimer unironically does promotion for me in this situation. If you look at the fucking comments, they're like, I don't even know who this Hasan fellow is, but he's very clearly shitting on Israel, the Israeli government, and the actions of the state of Israel. And you're over here trying to conflate that to the American Jewry. That is unbelievably anti-Semitic. It makes Jews' lives less safe. Anyway, and then he literally, because he can't help himself, right? He's not just saying Hasan's words are mean. He has to tie this to a sequence of unbelievably popular bills like the Block the Bombs Act, and how to this like tiny group of people, and also subtly but not so subtly being anti-Semitic for doing so. If this is now the standard for supporting military aid and arms sales, then the Democratic members of Congress should at least be consistent. Do they believe we should block weapon sales to Saudi Arabia? Yes. You know who else did that, by the way? Bernard fucking Sanders, who also is Jewish, mind you. You know who was in support of that? Me at the time. I was screaming fucking bloody murder, Egypt and Turkey. Sure, yes, given their history of human rights abuse in other countries. Now, this, of course, ironically, is a false conflation between the Egyptian state and the Turkish state and Saudi Arabia, many of which have consistently engaged in atrocious behavior and even war crimes, sometimes against civilians. As a matter of fact, specifically, I'm talking about Turkey against the Kurds, for example, right? Having said that, none of them reach the standard of fucking what Israel has done to the Palestinians for 80 plus years. It's ridiculous. The closest analog to a man-made famine would be Saudi Arabia, which ironically enough was exactly what Bernie Sanders was trying to stop. So this whataboutism doesn't even fucking work. The Democratic condemnation piled on Israel's government is overwhelming in comparison to other allies. It's also louder than Democrats' condemnation of Iran's regime. Hey, guess what, dude? You know the actual condemnations here? Those who are critics of Israel. When Bernie Sanders comes out and says, we must stop weapons sales to Saudi Arabia, they're doing a famine in Yemen, there aren't 700 fucking articles from the Anti-Islamophobia League or whatever the fuck, right? Saying, wow, Bernie Sanders, Islamophobic much for trying to stop Saudi Arabia's genocide in Yemen. It's also louder than Democrats' condemnation of Iran's regime for the slaughter of thousands of Iranians. Oh my God. Buddy, do we fund the IRGC? What are you talking about? Do we fund the motherfucking IRGC? Like, are we funding the Islamic Republic in any way, shape, or form? There is no apt comparison here. There is no analog here because Israel is a unique country in its allegiance. It's unique in many other respects as well. It's a 21st century nation with, I'm sorry to say, 14th century principles, okay? Like, when it comes to siege warfare, when it comes to ethnic cleansing, that is one of the issues. It's using 24th century weapons, oftentimes paid for with our tax dollars. Okay, it has a uniquely pervasive impact on American domestic politics and American foreign policy. There is no fucking comparison between Israel and any of our other allies. There is no world where there's no world. Wait, hold on. Kopyachin! Okay, sorry. 24th century BC. Did I say 24th century? I said 21st century. Anyway, Israel has been decried by some leading Democrats as an apartheid state, but I haven't heard any of them claim apartheid when it comes to how women and LGBTQ are treated across the Middle East. Oh my God, this guy's running the maximum 2020, like 2021 route. Like, oh, well, excuse me, what about the apartheid for gays? Okay. It's so funny. Oh, you don't like Israel? Well, guess what? Israel's gay. Okay, well, they're doing a gay apartheid. They're doing apartheid, but also in a gay way. Who gives a fuck? Apartheid is still apartheid. Motherfucker hasn't updated the Hasbara talking points since like 2017. Who gives a shit, dude? Oh, I didn't realize. I'm sorry. Oh, so I guess the apartheid is fine then. Yeah. Oh, no, genocide is okay because gay people are doing the genocide? Who gives a fuck? What's wrong with you? Ironic because the opposition only now in Israel, only now is in favor of fucking openly allowing gay marriage to take place on Israeli soil. But that's besides the point. We're not even going to get into that. That doesn't even fucking matter. Even if they were literally, everyone was a homosexual in the Israeli government, that still wouldn't make the apartheid justifiable. And it still certainly wouldn't make genocide justifiable. Okay? One Democrat, a very likely presidential hopeful, recently argued that Israel can afford its own security and that Israelis don't need America's financial aid. Even this is, by the way, a very likely presidential hopeful is Rahm Emanuel. Rahm Emanuel's parents, or Rahm Emanuel's father was in the, if I'm not mistaken, the Irgun militia, okay? You're talking about a guy who literally did terrorism to build the Israeli state, and you're mad at fucking Rahm Emanuel. You've lost your damn mind, dude. if you're finding yourself at odds with Rahm Emanuel claiming that he's too far out there with the way he's talking about Israel, you've lost the damn plot. Yeah, Rahm Emanuel's daddy was in a Jewish terrorist organization. Like, literally, what the fuck are we talking about? Anyway, what are we talking about, man? You're fucking psycho. Even though Israel has been a stalwart partner in America's fight against Hamas, Hezbollah. Yeah, America's fight against Hamas. Why is America fighting Hamas? What are you talking about? Why does Hamas exist? Same with Hezbollah. Why does Hezbollah exist? Oh, that's right. It's because Israel exists, okay? It's because Israel doesn't just exist as a normal country, but a country that actually dominates every other fucking neighboring country and constantly foments ethnic tension and is actively trying to occupy every other fucking country in the region and dominating the lives of the indigenous population of Palestinians, which of course invites militant resistance. America's fight against Hamas is so funny. Yeah, dude, we really need to fight Hamas. Wouldn't a logical extension of that point of view mean that we should also pull our military installations out of well-resourced allies like Germany, Japan, and Kuwait? Wait, what? I mean, I'm in favor of that too. I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about. Democrats have justly denounced the Trump administration for its broadsides, in some cases threats towards some of America's closest allies, but many increasingly accuse, don't threaten me with a good time, Josh. As a matter of fact, I'm fairly certain if you were to ask Americans, like, should we have 800 military bases all around the world or should we have free healthcare? I don't think Americans would say, oh, no, let's continue the 800 military bases. They'd be like, no, let's have healthcare, please. Yeah, I hate all the Hamas I run into at the grocery store. Yeah, it's terrifying. Hamas everywhere. Thank God. But many increasingly accuse or join feverish denunciations of Israel, our longstanding democratic and strategic ally. When we're talking about which allies support, which communities we defend, our principles shouldn't shift. When Mr. Trump lashes out at Pope Leo in ways that millions of Catholics rightly, deeply find offensive, many of us look the other way. Are you comparing the president shitting on the fucking Pope to a Twitch streamer shitting on Israel? Like, worthy criticism that Israel absolutely deserves? Israel deserves far more than just my condemnations and criticisms, by the way. That's insane. You are an insane person, okay? You are out of your fucking mind, which is why they're cooking your ass in the comment section of the goddamn New York Times opinion editorial page, even though these are people that are supposed to be aligned with you. You're a fucking Democratic representative. Oh my God, behave. Have some fucking decency. God damn, you are such a servile little piggy for the state of Israel. Oh my God, you're oinking. You're fucking oinking. Ay, ay, ay. These are exactly the types of hit pieces that I personally love. Okay? Guys that are so horny to defend Israel that they can't even write like a comprehensive piece that makes it seem like I'm a bad guy. They just give the game away 3 paragraphs deep because they're so like primarily invested in defending little old Israel, my emotional support apartheid state. Why can't they have a little bit of genocide? That's it. That's the problem. They can't even stick to like basics to be like, Hasan is dangerous and scary. Even then, most people will be like, why am I supposed to care about this? You're a fucking congressperson. Fight against fascism that's happening in the country, please. You fucking idiot. That's what Hasan is trying to do. You should do that as well. But then when you do these kinds of idiotic comparisons between the president of the United States of America shitting on the Catholic Church, which is objectively insane, to a Twitch streamer with far less power, but also a Twitch streamer that is making the correct point about Israel that many Americans now actually agree with, you look like a fucking idiot. You look like a dumbass. This doesn't end up hurting me. This actually is promotion for me. This ends up hurting you. Okay? We're also in a very unique media environment where controversial statements don't really matter anymore. Donald Trump is the fucking president. You can't just be like, oh, this guy's controversial. Everyone should stay away. No, controversial about it. Let me take a look. Or they go, who gives a fuck that he's controversial? Trump is the fucking president.
I'm young. I'm hot.
Anyway, when Trump lashed out at Pope Leo, when a Republican congressman tries to dehumanize Muslims, we should all speak up. When Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson use hateful rhetoric, they should be rebuked. The same should go for Hasan Piker. Everyone has a right to express his or her views, however repugnant those views may be, but Democratic leaders have that same right and a duty to challenge them. I'm throwing down the gauntlet. I would love for any Democrat to challenge me on my views of Israel. I would love Josh Gottheimer to challenge me on my views of Israel. I will, anytime, any place, Josh, I'm here for you. Oh my fucking God, I'll fly out to wherever the fuck you are, and I will have a long, uninterrupted, 2-hour fucking debate with you on the issue of Israel. Oh my God. Oh, make my fucking day, you bitch. Okay? Make my goddamn day. Go ahead. Let's have a fucking conversation. You can rebuke me, not behind these fucking bullshit ass New York Times op-ed pieces where even the readership doesn't agree with you and dunk on you. But I would fucking love, yes, I would not fly to Tel Aviv. I'm not trying to fucking die. Okay, I'm talking about American soil with an American congressperson that seemingly is more invested in defending Israel's feelings than doing right by their fucking constituents. This is at the heart of the problem with the Democrats. This is why we despise these sorts of Democrats. And this is precisely the reason why some of these Democrats are apparently disgusted. Yeah, they're disgusted with democracy. They're disgusted with you. They have tremendous disdain for theoretical democracy, for applying the principles of theoretical democracy to their job. They are elected representatives. They are supposed to represent us. They're not supposed to represent corporate interests. They're not supposed to represent foreign countries. They're supposed to represent Americans, okay? That's it. And they are fucking terrified of that prospect. And they're very worried that now there are people who are saying, what the fuck are you doing? Go fight against Donald Trump. Go fucking sever ties and hold this apartheid state accountable. Why the fuck are they? Why has Israel taken $300+ billion of American money to maintain an apartheid state, to dominate the lives of random fucking civilians, innocent civilians, thousands of miles away? And then on top of that, they demand more. And on top of that, if you call that relationship out, you get fucking endlessly criticized. You get called a goddamn anti-Semite over and over again. You are told to shut the fuck up. The demands are that you no longer have a way to generate income, that you should actually lose your platform. How about you lose your fucking platform, bitch? In a just world, you would literally be tried, okay? You would be tried for defending fascism like this. That is what would happen in a just world. Holy shit. Inshallah, one day. Maybe. There should be one response to those who express hatred towards any American. Condemnation. Hate is hate. It doesn't get a pass because it comes from your side of the aisle. 62 comments. Everyone's cooking his ass. Oh, no one. This whataboutism gets tiresome. You can't criticize it unless you also condemn every other bad actor on earth. So let's take it on its own terms. We're not generic moral spectators rating every country on a human rights scorecard. Israel's in a different category. We don't just sell them weapons, we fund them. Israel's the largest cumulative recipient of U.S. military aid since World War II, backed by a standing memorandum of understanding, supplemental appropriations, and diplomatic cover at the UN. Oh my God, that no other country, including Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Turkey, receives. Criticism scales with complicity, and our complicity here is uniquely deep. You can object to arms sales to Riyadh and still recognize that the U.S.-Israel relationship is something much deeper. The war in Gaza has gone well beyond any reasonable military objective, as evidenced by Lloyd Austin's own early criticism of Israel's tactics, and into what looks to many observers like ethnic cleansing. Americans across the political spectrum are sickened by it and refuse to be complicit on principle. Change is coming precisely because no change is happening in the Israeli-led conduct of this and other conflicts. Framing senators' votes as a cynical concession to a vocal segment dismisses the substance of what they're actually responding to. And let's be clear, this isn't anti-Semitism, it's opposition to Israeli war policy. Those two aren't the same, and conflating them is deflection. Oh my God. I'd like to point out that a rhetorical trick that as both a Jewish person and someone who engages in debates on this topic quite frequently, I find quite frustrating. Mr. Gottheimer frames this as a discussion of anti-Semitism and then mostly talks about criticism of Israel. This frames them as the same thing without having to say it explicitly, when in reality they are not. Doing so, in my opinion, gives cover for real and more overt anti-Semitism to flourish because it cheapens the definition of anti-Semitism as simply criticism of Israel and not hate of and prejudice towards Jewish people. This is why I have maintained a principled stance, regardless of how much people to my left sometimes, and certainly everyone to my right, who are anti-Israel, yell at me, where they say, whoa, why do so many Jews love Israel? Why don't you just say it out loud? Why don't you say it out loud? Because fundamentally, it's not true, okay? Fundamentally, it's not true. American Jews are American, okay? They're American. They live here. Some of them might be unbelievably sympathetic to the goals of the nation state of Israel, like Josh Gottheimer is, okay? But that's a separate thing. And perhaps there's even a financial imperative for Josh to maintain this level of loyalty to the nation state of Israel and become this much of a willing servant of the state of Israel. Do you understand? It's not only unproductive, but also objectively untrue. People's positions can change. And also, no group of people are a fucking monolith, okay? American Jews are certainly not a monolith. if they had a monolithic understanding of Israel, then pro-Israeli organizations wouldn't spend billions of fucking dollars on U.S. soil trying to literally brainwash young American Jews from early on to maintain loyalty to the state of Israel, which still ends up failing. If you look at the goddamn polling on this, it clearly doesn't even fucking work. There is a generational divide amongst American Jews that are under the age of 50 versus American Jews that are over the age of 50 as well. Okay? At this point, New York Times needs to let you do an op-ed. New York Times has a policy of not letting anyone write an op-ed that's against another person that has written an op-ed. Like, I can't directly call out Josh Gottheimer's op-ed piece by writing in the New York Times about it. Not a single mention of this article about Israel's actions in the last 2 years as context. No one is putting up with this. Look at this. Being critical of holding the Israeli government accountable for its actions is not anti-Semitism. It's a distinction and nuance that this author and so many others ignore. One's negative feelings of words for Netanyahu and his cabinet are no more anti-Semitism than are the same for Trump and his cabinet. Exactly. Like, when I talk about America, when I talk about what America has become, when I talk about American history, like, I'm not saying every single fucking American is a card-carrying fascist, okay? And Americans understand that because we're Americans, okay? We are experiencing it and we understand it. But when it comes to Israel, everyone's like, whoa, 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 that's the Jewish state. How dare you? It's fucking ridiculous. It's a rhetorical trick that no longer works either. So it's unbelievably stupid that there are still those who maintain this stance thinking that this will somehow successfully cause people to change their perception. It's not working, and yet you still see people trying it. It's very frustrating. It's very stupid. But I would say at this point, it's unbelievably unproductive for those who still actively write these kinds of things because it doesn't accomplish the goals that they want to accomplish. It doesn't disparage someone like myself. It ends up disparaging the author because everyone and their mothers can see exactly what's going on, okay? More and more people wake up to that reality every single fucking day. You understand? I never, ever in a million years would have thought that a Democratic congressperson from the state of New Jersey would write an op-ed in the New York Times and the readership would unilaterally oppose or overwhelmingly oppose the sentiment that they are trying to get across there and actually end up defending someone like myself for my criticisms of the state of fucking Israel. There are lots of double standards in this world, and Josh Gottheimer embodies the one which has for years dominated American political discourse on the Middle East, namely shocking indifference to the life of any person, including children, who isn't an Israeli Jew, and with it, shocking indifference to the war crimes. Where the fuck did the article go? Oh, here it is. Shocking indifference to the war crimes and crimes against humanity carried out by Israel, for which the U.S. is uniquely culpable as it both finances and enables those crimes. Mr. Gottheimer has taken over $1 million from pro-Israel lobbyists in just the last few years, and it was money well spent. Even though Israel has been a stalwart partner in America's fight against Hamas, Hezbollah, and other terrorist organizations, can the author explain to me exactly why exactly we are fighting Hamas and Hezbollah while they're at it? Perhaps they can explain why those organizations exist in the first place. But the apartheid, look, even this guy, Ben from Munich, says there are real problems from Munich, okay? So you know they're not of sound mind here, okay? They're German. There are real problems with anti-Semitism on the left in this country. And the apologists for Hamas are the people who completely ignoring the UAE, which has tons of US investment and is actively supporting the murderous RSF in Sudan, which, by the way, we don't, okay? And the fascist colonialist description of Israel is absurd. It's not. The Jewish people who survived the horrors of World War II need their own state. The plight of the Rohingya in Myanmar and the Armenians in Azerbaijan. Which country? Which country funded the ethnic cleansing of the Armenians? Oh, right, yeah. That was Israel too. Which country also personally is participating in the ethnic cleansing of Armenians that live in Palestine? Oh, that's right. That's Israel. Anyway, this guy doesn't know enough, but it's fine. And the Uyghurs in China could show us how worthless the promises of autonomy for the ethnic minorities are. But the apartheid part is undeniably true. You got guys like this. You got guys like this saying apartheid part is undeniably true. As a Jewish person with family in Israel, I don't think the criticism of Israel is necessarily anti-Semitic, though it unfortunately is often couched in those tropes. That is the guy that is 100% supposed to be on board with Josh Gottheimer. Okay. And even that guy's like, nope, Nope. You've gone a bridge too far. Israel is an apartheid. Yeah, look. This is what I mean when I say this criticism has stuck. What is this? In Germany, we say, I don't know what this means. The difference between Hamas and Hezbollah in Israel is the Israeli military kills hundreds of innocent civilians for every one killed by Hamas and Hezbollah, and does so with our funding and our weaponry. Thank you. See? People get it. This is why I think it's important to be brave sometimes, okay? And to stand by your principles and not be afraid to ruffle some fucking feathers. That is why I stood 10 toes down over and over again on some of the things that I've said that have caused tremendous ire and have caused people to yell at me and call me a fucking terrorist, demand my deplatforming for years and years and years, okay? Because it was the truth. So in context, who are the real terrorists? I don't expect the author of this article to engage with that. I'm tired of reading these endless stream of slop claiming that Israel is somehow a separate entity vis-a-vis the United States. Anti-Semitism is wrong. The Holocaust did happen. Killings of 1,200 Israelis on October 7 was wrong. Those are facts. For decades, Israelis in the West Bank have been attacking Palestinians there without cause. Like, do you see this? Look at this. Look at this. These are the people that Josh Gottheimer thinks he can still reach. And even they are like, no, we're done. We're done. There is a spectrum of different levels of compassion and different levels of wanting to defend the state of Israel in the New York Times commentary section, okay? And yet all of them are universally saying we oppose Israel's actions, and calling out Israel's actions is not fucking anti-Semitism. These are not card-carrying, anti-imperialist, Marxist, Leninist, Maoist, third worldists. These are not people who believe in the immortal science of Marxist, Leninist, Jewish principles, okay? These are people who are American citizens who have believed the idea of Zionism, the false ideology that Zionism has presented itself as. These are people who have probably spent a long life believing that Israel is an unbelievably reliable ally to the United States of America, who have said enough is enough. That's it. The author writes, even though Israel has been a stalwart partner in America's fight against Hamas, Hezbollah, and other terrorist organizations, as far as I understand, America isn't fighting against Hamas or Hezbollah in any significant way. Never really have. As for the other terrorist organizations, Israel didn't help the U.S. fight against ISIS or Al-Qaeda. Yeah, ironically, you know who did? Iran. Okay? Again, gonna ruffle some feathers here. Iran has been a more reliable partner in combating Al-Qaeda and ISIS than Israel has. Okay? It's true. It's objectively true. You will never hear it in mainstream media. No one will ever say it. As a matter of fact, when someone in independent media like myself says things like this, people are shocked to hear it. People think, how could you say such an insane thing? Because they don't know. They don't know the truth. That's the real problem here. A lot of people don't know the truth. A lot of people also have, their own personal biases in this issue, and it hurts their feelings to hear something so different than what they previously thought. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if Israel gave or gives support to the same Sunni militias that the U.S. has been fighting all these years, being that the Sunni groups in Syria, Iraq share a common enemy with Israel. Iran. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see much of a quid pro quo when it comes to the U.S. sending all that gun money to Israel. Yep. The democratic condemnation piled on Israel's government is overwhelming in comparison to our allies. Perhaps that's because other allies have not shelled or bombarded the population of a densely populated area half the size of the city of Toronto over 2 years, kept the population of the West Bank under military occupation for 68 years, allowed and then encouraged the building of 347 Israeli settlements in the West Bank, where over 500,000 settlers now live, tolerated and at times abetted violent settler raids on Palestinian villages of the West Bank, declared, i.e. present government, that Palestinians do not have a right to self-determination and that Israel will never allow the existence of a Palestinian state. Maybe those are some of the reasons why criticism of Israel is harsher than criticism of other allies of the United States. People are glazing Walter's take. Oh yeah, this is awesome. Yeah, Walter did pop off. He looks so much more comfortable without the suit. This is unbelievably comfy, actually. This is like pajamas. I'm not even kidding. Like, everything I'm wearing is super silky smooth. Surely, Representative Josh Gottheimer, author of this fresh, bold new take, would agree that the congressional Dem who took the most money from right-wing Nazi art collector Harlan Crow is a textbook example of this problem, with the slight wrinkle that said Dem is Josh Gottheimer. That's awesome. Sadly, Representative Josh Gottheimer does not respond well to being asked about this interesting contradiction. I did not know that, by the way. Right-wing Nazi art collector Harlan Crow. Oh my God. That's so funny. Yeah. That's awesome. Bro thinks he's Indiana Jones. Yeah. Harlan Crow. Yeah. Except he's not punching the Nazis. Meet Harlan Crow's favorite Democrats: Josh Gottheimer, Joe Manchin, Henry Cuellar, Seth Moulton. Wow. Some of my faves. Okay. Some of my faves. Oh, Kirsten Sinema, Jim Costa, Jared Golden, Dean Phillips. Oh, that's Dean Phillips. That's not Seth Moulton. Sorry. Fuck. Apologies. They're both unbelievably forgettable. Lisa Slotkin, Abigail Spanberger. Wow. Problem Solvers Caucus Democrats. Wow. Huh. Some of my least favorite Democrats in office. Some of Harlan Crow, the right-wing juicer, major donor to and bestie of right-wing reactionary Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. That Harlan Crow. Perhaps those are the other Democrats that Buttheimer has talked to, okay, who are repulsed by my statements on Israel. Well, I say your statements on Israel are far more repulsive than mine. Last log comment, worth it. The world misses him, Obama. Oh, shut up. I'm not watching that. Anyway, hold on. Can I have shake? No. I'm going to undo the repost and then quote retweet it with that image. Hold on. Gottheimer. You can condemn my opinion on Israel in a public setting to my face anytime, any place of your choosing. I think the people will find your views to be your views. I think the people find your views on Israel to be far more morally repugnant than mine. I think your constituents. Guys, stop saying accept Israel. He's not going to say, let's go to fucking Tel Aviv, all right? Hey, Josh Gottheimer, you can condemn my opinion on Israel in a public setting to my face. Anytime, any place, not Israel of your choosing. I think your constituents find your views on Israel to be far more morally repugnant than mine. Send tweet. Geopold called you out. Oh, no, I know. I already watched this. Extreme. Dude, it's because I called Geopold out and I caused them to make this long video. No, I'm kidding. It's you happen to pull this off very well. Lenine. Yeah, I know. Here's a throwback. When Representative Susan Wild talked about making sure all faith leaders were invited to the October 7th vigils, including Muslims, which concerned Wild due to their non-invitation to the vigil she attended, Gottheimer responded with, because they're Muslims and guilty. Because the Muslims are guilty. Yeah. I'm going to say we can talk about your double standard too. Maybe in that setting, we can discuss your repulsive double standards as well. Your repulsive Islamophobic double standards as well. Is the Hannity thing happening? No, all these guys are all talk, man. I've begun to realize, like, many of them say they want to have a conversation. What is this? Red Pen, Critique of Western Marxism. 40 minutes long, 3 weeks ago. This is what you want to spend watching on a Sunday. Have you been seeing the Pearl Harbor discourse? Yes, I did. He talked about at length, and the clip is on the same account, you fucking donkey. He talked about that as well. Stop getting duped by small clips. Yeah, no, this person is not getting duped by small clips. This person is actively trying to claim that I'm like in support of Imperial Japan. It's ironically the very same person who has at times said I'm far too sympathetic to the party that leads the People's Republic of China. I don't even think that we have to discuss this, okay? The very same people that say I'm too pro Mao Zedong, I'm too pro the PRC, I'm too sympathetic to the Communist Party of China, are the very same people that are now falsely claiming that I would ever in a million years be in favor of Imperial Japan, because they're fucking animals, okay? They're assholes, they're animals, they're dumb as fuck, They're dumb as bricks. Okay. They hit every angle they possibly can. On the one hand, they'll say, "Oh, Hasan, you are in support of the fucking People's Republic of China. Don't you understand? They're like a fucking behemoth and terrifying and America's number one op, America's number one enemy. Shouldn't you be in favor of militant action against China like good Americans are?" Yeah, it's the lady that said I remind her of her ex-husband, okay? She's a fucking idiot. Yeah, Japan is the Hitler of the East is what I said. But these people are psychos and also not very intelligent either. Let's be real. Like they're not
citing his content. No, the power Piker has at this point is similar to that of anti-genocide activists in the streets. And what does the Democratic ruling class do to them? It says they have dangerous beliefs that will infect the young with hypothetical terrorism, and it sends the cops to crack their heads. So they turn the rhetoric of resistance, which is sometimes all a people has, into hypothetical violence, while they sign contracts with...
Why do so many Marxists hate you for dissipating revolutionary energy when you're educating way more people? I think they have a different interpretation of the current material conditions that we exist under and where the masses are than I do. Maybe some of them are LARPing. Maybe some of them sincerely have a disagreement on it. That's probably what it is. They don't understand that like we don't have a lot of prominence, especially in some of these larger organs of propaganda, mainstream media, and all these other outlets. They don't realize that most Marxists don't disagree with you. A lot of us are just here. Yeah, I mean, there's also that element of it as well. There's a lot of people who are in disagreement with one another, right? Marxists have historically never agreed with one another. So that's normal. There's never been a period where all flanks of the left have coalesced with some exceptions, I would say, like anti-fascism is probably one of those exceptions where people just, drop their petty disagreements and their minor ideological battles to join a popular front, oftentimes to fight fascism. That's pretty much it. And the moment that the fascist threat is destroyed, we get right back to fighting one another once again. Historically, there's never been a complete... Yeah, I saw this, I think. Yeah, I saw this. What some people don't realize about Hasan Piker, he's not some revolutionary figure. He's someone who does political and media analysis, whose project is to infiltrate influential media circles to spread socialist and leftist ideals, which have been overall successful so far. It's undeniable that Hasan's project has had massive reach and brought countless new leftists into the fold, as well as converting liberals into socialist thinkers and even reactionary right-wingers on a huge scale. Hard for me to see his impact as an overall net negative. It's ironic because we're doing the same thing. This guy's just bad at it, okay? And they don't understand that they're bad at it, so they just fucking yell at me nonstop. And it's really funny because liberals will hear that word, infiltration, and think, oh, he's being disingenuous. I'm pretty open about it. I have an argument, and I think that argument is very understandable as long as you listen to it charitably instead of immediately assuming the worst, which is why many liberals do assume the worst and say, oh, this is a clear-cut infiltration. This is bad. This is wrong. We got to fucking do away with this guy. We got to cut him from our ranks. No, what you're trying to do is stop people from hearing this alternative perspective that they've never actually heard in a charitable manner, because you're worried that if they were equipped, if they were class conscious, if they were aware of their class position, and if they were equipped with political education, that they might actually see themselves not as just party loyalists, but instead a different ideological tendency beyond the only one that was readily available to them their entire lives, which is just regular liberalism, whatever the fuck that means, blanket liberalism, which is monoculture to begin with. It's liberalism on the right, it's liberalism on the left.
Palantir and write checks to the IDF and deny even the most diplomatic advocates for Palestine the right to speak.
The age-old critique of you is you're taking revolutionary discourse and mobilizing it towards a reformist theory of change. I like better, but not communist politicians. Dude, what do you mean elect communist politicians? If you think that there is a capacity to elect communist politicians right now, and I'm simply standing ahead of it, You're delusional about what the average person thinks about communism, let alone socialism. Okay? It's so shocking what Kami says. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Anyway, I do think that it's silly to constantly have to duke it out with my left flank when I'm getting fucking yelled at nonstop by endlessly more powerful forces that actually do have some long-standing impact in American political discourse. We're talking about American senators and American representatives in both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. We're talking about mainstream media that is like actively calling me a threat to not only just the Democratic Party's future, but also the future of this country. And you're over here telling me about like some fucking guy who works for the ACP or something, yelling at me because I don't subscribe to a movement that will lean into whatever the algorithm presents as the new thing to focus on, which is what the ACP did for fucking years, leaning into Andrew Tate, leaning into all of these like red pilled guys, as though that was the true way to reach across the aisle to the fucking working class. Okay, it's ridiculous. They call me fucking tailist. That is literally textbook tailism. That is literally what Lenin extensively wrote about. As a matter of fact, Lenin straight up wrote about tailism, opportunism, when it came to reactionary anti-Semitism. He straight up said, if we were tailists, we would focus on one of the most prominent movements at the time, which was anti-Semitism, blaming Jews, instead of focusing on class contradictions, instead of focusing on class-first politics. He literally wrote it. These people who routinely yell at me, calling me a fucking tailist for the liberal Zionist Democratic Project or whatever the fuck, are themselves engaging in the actual reactionary tailist mentality.
Would vote to approve arms sales for Israel in a future entanglement if you thought that was necessary?
Again, we have a long-standing commitment to Israel having a qualitative military edge.
Oh,
I will
God.
continue to support that.
You would vote.
Change comes by voting. Mao Zedong. A lot of people genuinely think your money can go elsewhere, as if the global forces of capital aren't the ones acting against you. I assume you don't have an issue with the PSL? No, I don't. I mean, I don't. I don't have an issue with the PSL. These arguments about dissipating revolutionary fervor is really weird because they're trying to repeat the arguments of people like Lenin when they were an actual... The implication is also draft. Yes, America currently does not have the troop presence to be able to successfully do a long-standing military occupation of a country that is 4 times larger than Iraq, a country that has 93 million people in it, a country with the topography of a fucking natural fortress, a country that has underground military bunkers, underground missile silos. It's just not going to happen. You don't want to watch American soldiers on the receiving end of those FPV drones, which Iran doesn't really utilize all that much, even though Hezbollah has just recently started utilizing. It's not going to be good for American confidence. It's only going to be worse. Yeah. Yes, I know. I've read this article from Bloomberg Opinion. China is quietly slashing oil imports and rebalancing the oil markets. The reason why China is doing that is twofold. And before people say, what do you mean rebalancing the oil markets by slashing their imports? They can't even get any of their imports. The strait is locked down. Yes, but China is a massive fucking economic power. They could just purchase all of the other spot traders and the readily available oil that's currently out at sea. They're not doing that. And the reason why they're not doing that is because they understand that if they were to destroy the Asian market, if they were to sit around and consistently out compete and drop oil prices even further, and Japan, for example, would not be able to receive any of those additional barrels of oil that are out at sea currently, then Japan's economy would fucking crumble. And now all of a sudden there is no market for Chinese goods because the Chinese economy is hyper reliant on being a manufacturing hub. Chinese economy is still very much reliant on selling goods to other countries, not only the United States of America, but also Japan, Thailand, and even the Philippines, all of these other countries that are hyper reliant on the additional barrels of oil that are currently out at sea. This is the reason why they've tapped into their strategic oil reserves rather than outcompeting the other countries in the Asian markets for purchasing what is still oil that is readily available to purchase in the market. They're doing it. I gave you a summary of what they're doing. The shift may not have only capped benchmark oil prices, but also triggered a collapse in physical differentials. China is quietly slashing oil imports, an invisible hand that's rebalancing the market in the middle of the Hormuz closure. Yes, big cuts in natural gas usage, power, and very likely the petrochemical industry, plus a huge reduction in imports of LNG. China has increased its imports of Iranian oil, of course, while decreasing their imports of other oil that's readily available out at sea currently, because that's just how oil trading works. I didn't know this beforehand, but apparently there's always additional barrels that are out at sea. I've heard stories about how unbelievably corrupt this industry is, where like you will literally have captains that just put additional barrels in their inventory and sell it directly. There's all these different ways around what the physical commodity actually, what the hard number of the physical commodity that's readily available actually is. So yeah, my dad was a marine engineer and called these his bonuses. So let's get back to Donald Trump. What's my favorite Zin flavor? Coffee? Yes, it's coffee.
Some breaking news tonight being reported by the Wall Street Journal, citing people familiar with the response from Iran to the U.S. proposal.
On April 7th at 5:30,
Iran is proposing an end to the fighting and a gradual reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. must lift its blockade of Iranian ports, say the Iranians. Nuclear issues to be negotiated over the next 30 days, another stipulation. Also, Iran proposing to have some of its highly enriched uranium diluted, the rest transferred to a third country, and also Iran willing to suspend enrichment of uranium, but for a shorter period than the 20-year moratorium being proposed by the administration. And it'll be interesting to see what reaction we'll get to these points by the administration. But earlier today, Iran's military said that if the U.S. was thinking about restarting the war, they better think again. Take a listen.
Today as well, we warn the enemy that if they once again commit aggression and once again fall into a miscalculation, just as they did in the past, and are now in fact paying the price for those past mistakes and bearing the consequences.
Iran's president also sharing a short statement on social media saying in part, "We will never bow our heads before the enemy, and if talk of dialogue or negotiation arises, it does not mean surrender or retreat." Iran also warning any vessels from countries complying with U.S. sanctions will face difficulties crossing the strait. And by the way, in the latest clash in that area, a bulk container ship was hit by an unknown projectile northeast of Doha in Qatar, causing a small fire. And let's not forget that the U.S. is maintaining its blockade of the region. Central Command saying that some 61 commercial vessels have now been redirected. 4 of them have been disabled to ensure compliance. And there you have it, John. The big news tonight, though, is the reporting by the Wall Street Journal, because they are outlining some of the points that Iran has returned through Pakistani negotiators to the Trump administration. We now wait to see the response from the United States. Back to you.
All right, Ashley Webster. Ashley, thanks. For more on the back and forth, let's bring in State Department spokesperson Tommy Pigott. Tommy, can you confirm or at least enhance?
Come on, bro. Tommy Pigott, you can't be looking like that, man. Pigott?
Some of what Ashley Webster had to say about Iran's response to the U.S. plans?
Well, look, I'm not going to get ahead of the President of the United States, but what I can do is reaffirm what has been very clear from the beginning here, and that is that the Iranian regime cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. That has been clear from the beginning of this administration, even before from President Trump, who has made that very clear from the beginning. Also, fundamentally, I would point out that the decisive outcomes of Operation Epic Fury have already made the United States safer, including the decimation of their military, the decimation of their military, the decimation of their military and defense industrial capacity. So we're seeing actions from President Trump to back up what he has said. Of course, he
Quiet, Piggus.
prefers diplomatic outcome, as been clear from the beginning. But
Okay, I thought his last name was Piggus. It's even funnier that it's Pigott. It feels like they merged bigot and pig. It's an incredible word. I'm going to start calling people pigots. You're not just a bigot, you're a pigott. You're a pig and a bigot. Quiet, Piggott.
He is going to see his objective be fulfilled here, that the Iranian regime can never be allowed to have a nuclear weapon.
They are saying, apparently, that they want 90 days to negotiate something about the nuclear material they possess or their nuclear program. It wouldn't seem that the president would be in favor of something like that.
Well, again, I'm not going to preview what the president may decide, but I think it is important, again, to stress how clear the president has been here on his objectives. He has been very clear from the beginning that the Iranian regime cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. He's been very clear about the issue of nuclear dust, as it's commonly called, wanting to see that being given to the United States. The president from the beginning has said that the Iranian regime cannot have a nuclear weapon. His actions have made the world safer. And I think the broader point of this here as well is the fact that we're seeing Operation Economic Fury, the fact that the Iranian regime is losing.
Oh, it's maximum cope time all the time on Fox News. This is why they fucking cover me all day, every day, okay? Because honestly, there's nothing. It's not looking good at all if you were to engage in like real news coverage about what's actually taking shape in the Strait of Hormuz. There's not a lot of news coverage that's positive coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. So that's probably the reason why they're engaging in all these distractions.
Hundreds of millions of dollars a day because of the actions that the State Department, Treasury Department, Energy Secretary outlining them recently earlier today have taken to deny the Iranian regime the revenue they need for their malign activities.
Chris Wright is the Energy Secretary, and he said his department is ready to handle the nuclear material that is somewhere in Iran. Listen.
Turning now to the war in Iran.
The war in Iran. Is it happening? Is it not happening? Trump is being extra belligerent. Let's take a look. So earlier today, Iran sent their proposal back to the United States of America. Donald Trump had a conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu. And in the aftermath of the conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu, he had a lot of choice words. He also denied that Benjamin Netanyahu was influencing him, but let's take a look.
President Trump still waiting to hear from Tehran on the administration's latest peace proposal. And U.S. Central Command says American forces have redirected 58 commercial vessels and disabled 4 since April 13th as part of the U.S. blockade against Iran. Let's bring in ABC News Chief Global Affairs anchor Martha Raddatz, who will be hosting This Week later this morning. Martha, good morning to you. So what do we know right now about the latest? Iran still hasn't responded.
Well, we've just been waiting and waiting. We've heard from the administration as late as Friday. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said we expect something from Iran by the end of the day. That did not happen. We do not know why, but Iran seems in absolutely no hurry. Now, this proposal basically says let's stand down for 30 days. The U.S. won't block the Strait, and Iran won't lay mines or do anything else to inhibit ship traffic. After that, during that 30 days, they're supposedly going to talk about some sort of nuclear agreement, which would be a very, very short window to try to come to terms on that. So we are just waiting, Whit. We don't know why. We're going to ask about that this morning for sure.
Yeah, and so much at stake in just the coming days here. Also, the global turmoil is having a major economic impact here at home, especially with soaring gas prices. You've been speaking with voters in Pennsylvania. What are they saying about all of this?
Well, these are key districts, and I spoke to some people there, and everybody is seeing this change. Everybody, they feel it when they go to the gas station and they worry about what comes next, when this will end. But as for looking at President Trump, those diehard Trump supporters say this, they repeat the president's rhetoric, basically, saying this is a small price to pay if he can stop any sort of, but others are absolutely outraged. Why did it start? What are we doing? How do we end it? And that is the big question this morning, Whit. How do we end it?
Exactly, and critical in this midterm election year. Martha Raddatz, as always, we appreciate it.
Well, the fragile ceasefire tested again today. 2 Iranian drones targeted a ship off the coast of Qatar. One drone started a small fire aboard the ship. Ashley Webster is live in Tel Aviv with the latest for us. Ashley.
Yes, good evening, John. Well, those clashes in the Strait of Hormuz continue
Mark
to go
my
on
words.
a daily basis. I can update you also that President Trump did speak by phone to Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. That is concluded, but we don't have any details. But we do have...
Hold on. We'll get Barack Ravid on the phone. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, sweetie. We'll see what conversation took place shortly. And that's right. Barack Ravid is already here. First, let's start with what the Iranians said. An informed Iranian source told Tasnim News that the Wall Street Journal's report on Tehran's counterproposal is factually inaccurate in key parts, particularly on nuclear material details. According to the source, Iran's actual text demands an immediate end to the war on all fronts, including Hamas, including Hezbollah, Lebanon, and the like. Guarantees against future attacks on Iran, full lifting of U.S. sanctions, including oil export OFAC restrictions during a 30-day window, end the naval blockade immediately after the initial agreement is signed, release of Iran's frozen assets, Iranian management of the Strait of Hormuz in exchange for U.S. commitments. Iran has also rejected dismantling its nuclear facilities and offers a shorter enrichment moratorium than the 20-year suspension Washington demanded. Remember, there's 3 demands. There was 5 years, there was 20 years, and then Iran said 15 years. America wants 20 just so Trump can say, oh, I got a much longer commitment than the JCPOA. It's pure posturing at this point. It's about who gets to, who is allowed to pull a victorious position. That's all it is. Including Hamas, out of your ass. They don't care about Gaza. No, I didn't pull it out of my ass. I've talked extensively with numerous Iran analysts on this broadcast, and their understanding is the entirety of the axis of resistance, because they see that as a separate front where Israel can maintain a militant posture against not Iran directly, but the axis of resistance. It literally it factors even the Houthis into this equation. They haven't gone deeper into these conversations, and the reason why they're focusing on Lebanon is because Israel's using the Lebanon button as a way to ruin all and any ceasefire negotiations that could take place. But it's supposed to be across the board. I don't know if they'll write out Hamas at the end of that bargain. They could, but so far, talking out of your ass. Why are people saying talking fake news, talking out of your ass? Okay. What analysts have you guys talked to? I'm sure on your broadcast you have probably extensively read the Iran information. You, I'm sure, also have consistent contact and know people that are directly talking to Iranian leadership, like Scahill at Dropsite News and numerous others. So surely you have information that I don't. So maybe you can explain it to me, because you've probably watched a lot of Professor Zhang videos, so you know better, I suspect. Yeah. What have you done so far? Liked a couple AI Lego videos? Read some Barack Ravid reports from Axios? Is that what happened? Is that the active knowledge that you have on the situation? Because, a lot of my work is being done in broad daylight. You can come in and learn a thing or two here when you actually watch the broadcast. When I do interview people like Trita Parsi, for example, this is a direct question that I have presented to people that have actual figures within the Iranian government that they communicate with. Have you guys done that? I like when people say you're pulling this information out of your ass, but where is your information coming from? I'm not a terrorist. Oh, it's terrorism. It's terrorism to do journalism. Well, you and Donald Trump are in agreement there, buddy. It's terrorism when there's two parts to a conflict and the other sovereign state has official lines of communication and journalists who reach out to them to develop a better understanding of what their position is, as opposed to just posturing like you know better from the American perspective. It's terrorism to have sources. We should punish those journalists, right? Is that the next thing you're going to say? Yeah, dang. Okay. Well, at least you're smart enough to understand how stupid that position was. Yeah. Look how well this has played out so far for the Americans who refuse to actually understand the Iranian side. I think your gas prices are reflective of what happens when we demonstrate this level of hubris, this idea that like, oh no, the Israeli intelligence is enough for us to move on this issue. Historic national humiliation, try international humiliation. Anyway, Iran also calls for an immediate end to the fighting and a gradual reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, instead with the U.S. lifting its blockade, with nuclear issues negotiated over the next 30 days. Of course, while this is a perfectly understandable deal, Benjamin Netanyahu has a different opinion. Will Donald Trump recognize that Benjamin Netanyahu and Trump's goals here are not in line with one another? I don't know. Netanyahu says it's time to end Israel's reliance on U.S. foreign aid. That's never going to happen. Iran can only negotiate over their uranium effectively while the strait is closed, and we get closer every day to oil reserves dwindling. 30 days of oil throughout the strait means they lose that. Why would Iran ever accept a negotiation ceasefire that makes them lose leverage over the thing they need to negotiate? Yes. No, you're absolutely right. Obviously, the Iranians are not super invested in like going back and having potentially their power plants blown up, right, by the American and the Israeli air forces. However, Iran does understand that they have a lot of leverage here. Time is on their side, right? Time is on their side. Their missile stockpiles are not diminished. Hold firm. And like I've said, although I was confused as to whether or not Trump would literally go to China, and I think the jury is still out on that. I mean, there's 4 days remaining until the Beijing summit. It's shocking to even see whether or not Donald Trump would go to Beijing. But if they go to Beijing, yes, Iran is going to be the main point of contention. Will Beijing release Iran or concede on America's demands against Iran in exchange for an easing of tensions in the not the Strait of Hormuz, but with Taiwan? Okay. Will China be happy with a refusal to send larger weapons contracts to Taiwan in exchange for getting Iran to the ceasefire negotiations without extracting maximalist concessions from the American side? You got your shot at the title and you flubbed it. Iran is cooked, bro. What? What are you saying? You live comfortably? I do. Do you live comfortably? I mean, I do. Yeah, this is true. Do you live comfortably? I don't think so. Do you like paying $100 extra for your tank of gas? Do you feel like it was necessary? What has been accomplished in this process? Gas prices are higher. Inflation crisis imminent. What has been accomplished? Do you think that's a valuable trade-off? We kill a bunch of Iranian children. We blow up a bunch of Iranian facilities in exchange for higher gas prices in the United States of America, in exchange for billions of dollars of radar equipment that's blown up in retaliation in the region, American bases leveled, American soldiers killed in the process, all so that what? Israel can maintain its ambitious Greater Israel project without having any sort of impediment, like a sovereign Iranian state that could potentially fight back against that project. Omigi went to, what? He's pushing that terrorist crap still. Hasan just banned me from chat. Hasan just banned me from chat. Fuck that bitch pokey she for the streets. Oh God, you're disgusting. Never mind. We'll keep you banned. I don't even think you have any value being entertained like a fucking toy in here. What a pathetic fucking loser this guy is. Holy shit. Sometimes I get angry, but then I think like America's being humiliated by a middle power, a regional power like Iran, in broad daylight. And these guys are too stupid to even recognize that. What a sad, pathetic state of existence. Anyway, we'll cover the Chinese angle here, but here's what Barack IDF 8200 Ravid said. President Trump told me that he spoke with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu this evening and discussed the Iranian response with him. However, he emphasized that it was a brief part of the conversation. It was a very nice conversation. We had a good relationship. But this is my business, not anyone else's, he said, in reference to the negotiations with Iran. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, totally. President Trump told me in a phone call that he does not like Iran's latest response to the draft agreement to end the war. Their response is not worthy, he said. What does it mean when Trump rushed to call his boss Netanyahu after rejecting the Iran deal? Yeah, or before rejecting the Iran deal. Robert Kagan says that the U.S. has been checkmated into defeat in Iran. Robert Kagan, oh my God, which has seemed obvious since at least early March. But he sees the consequences as going far beyond the region, triggering a global arms race for naval power as countries seek to devise their own ways to protect their shipping routes since the U.S. maritime security umbrella is no longer effective. The revelations of U.S. industrial capacity shortcomings vis-a-vis munitions may also now tempt other countries to try their luck against a fraying unipolar order. Look at that. Israel is literally destroying American hegemony. Israel it has played a pivotal role in forcing America's hand, goading them into doing unbelievably stupid things, which, by the way, of course, is certainly in the hands of this current American administration. Let's be real. Some of these problems are longstanding issues, like defense bloat is not, Trump's problem. It's a issue born out of capitalism, something that I've described over and over again. There's tremendous defense contractor bloat in this country, and that's precisely the reason why, while we have the most expensive military on the planet, more than 8 of our adversaries combined, 8 of our closest adversaries combined, and yet the products that we are able to deliver is not enough to overcome a poor middle power like Iran, a poor regional power like Iran, engaging in asymmetric warfare against the most powerful military on the planet. This is a tremendous defeat for the United States of America. It shows America as a paper tiger, at least to those with eyes to see. Many Americans are deluded. They are completely oblivious to what this means. They don't understand that America is no longer, world police. Yeah, but Robert Kagan is a fringe leftist lunatic. Yeah, he's a Marxist-Leninist, that Robert Kagan. Did you hear Netanyahu wants to put an end on U.S. foreign aid? And I was like, if you want to end it, then why is AIPAC still at USA? True. Bro, we know that we would lose going into this. It's not that we are a paper tiger. We're just not willing to commit 2 million troops, which we would need to take over the country, but that would also be stupid. We are just being led by the dumb and greedy. Buddy, if you're not willing to commit 2 million troops, then you shouldn't commit to fighting any kind of battle whatsoever. You understand? Especially when diplomacy is very clearly an option, especially with Iran. Diplomacy has worked in the past with Iran. If you have any real long-standing goals of chipping away at their nuclear ambitions, if you even believe that they have nuclear arms ambitions at all, and aren't simply using uranium enrichment as a point of leverage to draw America back to the negotiations table and to have some kind of leverage in front of the United States of America in exchange for sanctions relief. But none of that matters, because we here in the United States of America are losing this fucking war regardless. Anyway, Iran state-backed news agency, Arab News, details Iranian conditions for negotiations with the U.S. following U.S. President Donald J. Trump's reaction that called their response totally unacceptable. The terms are just a reiteration of previous statements, include, but are not limited to, releasing frozen Iranian funds and assets, war reparations, and Iranian sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. Trump is posting clips of Mark Levin arguing for continued pressure on Iran on Truth Social. Bro, I'm serious. Donald Trump is the most compromised. Donald Trump is the most pro-Israel president we've ever had. He is the most compromised president on the issue of Israel. It's actually unbelievable. The only people that he promotes is, people like Mark Levin. He straight up not only has Witkoff and Kushner on the negotiations team, but now he's brought in a direct FDD guy onto the negotiations team. FDD, as you all know at this point, is an Israeli cutout. Its original name was called Emmett, founded in 2001 with the express purpose of fighting, making America more pro-Israel, right? Hezbollah claims strike on Iron Dome battery in Lebanon, Israel border. Hezbollah's military wing released footage Sunday claiming a strike on an Iron Dome air defense platform and his crew at the Jal Alam site on the border. Carried across 2 separate attack maneuvers on May 7th. Sheesh. The FPV, these guys have learned how to fucking maneuver these FPVs so fast. It's actually crazy. It makes me feel like they got some Ukrainians on their side somehow. You know what I mean? First FPV footage that was coming out of the Hezbollah side was kind of dog shit. You could tell that they were shaky. They didn't know how to fly this stuff around. A couple weeks later, they're just lasering Israeli targets, lasering Israeli troops who are totally not used to this line of attack, by the way. I mean, it took the Russians years to create comprehensive measures against drone strikes. Now they know. They have drills. Sometimes you'll see Russian special forces in pickup trucks. As soon as they see a drone come, they get out of the car, they separate, right? And they start shooting at the drone. Sometimes they're successful in downing these drones. The Israelis are not used to it at all. And it will take time for the Israelis to get used to the FPV drone fire. Don't give the IDF any ideas. Oh my God. Buddy, this is just, modern warfare that you can see on your timeline. If I can see it, I'm sure Israeli generals can also see it, This is not like deep secrets. Why do you think they have those fucking nets all over their vehicles in Ukraine and all around the streets that they cross? Here's Levin's statement that Trump reposted. 11 minutes. Ugh. Here's Zelensky said the Ukrainian army captured the first Russian position in the history of the war with only air and drone land forces. Yes, I did. They also used autonomous vehicles too. They didn't even use a single troop, if I'm not mistaken. This also speaks to Hezbollah intelligence on IDF targets, presumably from Israeli drones that the Israelis are also incapable of countering. Hezbollah has published footage of multiple FPV strikes on the Iron Dome battery and its crew. That's crazy. Lots of security issues in Lebanon. Yeah. IDF is only used to murdering children. So makes sense that they'd have a hard time fighting against a more competent paramilitary force like Hezbollah. And Hezbollah, for many, many years, their military doctrine revolved around ATGMs, okay? And they got really good at it. And that's the reason why whenever Israel rolls Merkava tanks into Lebanese territory, you hear about Merkava tanks getting murked over and over again. They are the best at ambush operations with ATGMs. They studied it, they learned it, and very quickly they adapted to drone warfare as well. Maybe some would say it took a long time for them to adapt to drone warfare. The fact that they are now dishing out FPV drone footage that Hezbollah is utilizing against Israeli troops, against Israeli Merkava tanks, against Israeli Iron Dome battery points, like it shows that they are highly adaptable to modern combat conditions. They're taking advantage of the readily available, sometimes commercial drone products that they can use in an effort to mount significant defensive counters to Israeli incursion in Lebanese territory. Hezbollah also uses that crazy Iranian-made double ATGM launcher that's basically 2 missiles sent at the same time. Yes, the reason why they have a double ATGM launcher is because of the trophy system that the Merkava tanks have, which can withstand at least one fire, one attack, but they can't withstand two at the same time. So that's the reason why you see in Hamas footage inside of Gaza, whenever they're hitting Merkava tanks, unless they're just like directly dropping an IED, like a bathtub-made missile or a bathtub-made explosive ordnance directly inside of like an open lid in a Merkava tank, usually you'll see 3 different angles of attack on a Merkava tank because those tanks have a trophy system that can withstand at least 1 rocket, but can't usually defend against 2. So they'll hit it from 3 different angles, 1 to distract, and then the other 2 to specifically hit 2 rockets on a Merkava tank at the same time. Of course, Hezbollah is much better equipped than Hamas is, so they can get, or they used to be able to get Iranian weapons by way of Syria, and they have better systems. This is funny. Atlantic from Robert Kagan. Pro-Israel people are now calling famous neocon Robert Kagan an Iranian agent. The U.S. is effectively checkmated in Iran, and this defeat will carry lasting consequences unlike any America's endured before, Robert Kagan argues. What a surprise. An article in The Atlantic paid for by the IRGC. The esteemed IRGC general, Robert fucking Kagan. Dude, the Atlanticists have dropped the pro war with Iran messaging. It seems to me, right now, this is a little bit inside baseball here for you guys, okay? There are numerous think tanks in Capitol Hill, and they all want to wage war with Iran to varying degrees for the last 47 years. Atlantic is obviously pro-war with Iran as well, or used to be, not anymore, okay? The Atlantic Council, with the exception of, I would say, like sometimes with the Brookings Institute, and certainly the Quincy Institute, most of the think tanks in Washington, D.C. that revolve around foreign policy have always been unbelievably pro-Israel and also unbelievably in favor of waging war against Iran. But since Operation Epic Pedophiles Fury Operation Epstein's Fury started, they very quickly realized that this wasn't going the way that they predicted it to go. Okay? So the ones who are at least smart enough to maintain some semblance of credibility turned around and said, this is an epic failure. We got to pull out. Okay? Yeah. Operation Epic Fiasco. With the exception of like Quincy Institute that has always been ideologically against waging wars in general, many of these think tanks used to be pro going to war with Iran. Now they're all fucking saying we have to pull out. This is Operation Epic Failure. Please pull out. What the fuck? With one exception, the Foundation for Defending Democracy. Okay, the FDD, Benjamin Netanyahu's personal cum bucket, aside from Donald Trump and basically the entirety of our political class. The FDD is very specific. Okay, its entire purpose is to merge Israeli foreign policy goals into American foreign policy. Okay? And Donald Trump seemingly only listens to the FDD guys. Every other think tank guy is literally going, please stop. What are we doing? You are ruining our fucking project of American hegemony. We have maintained free trade in every waterway for basically the last, 60, 70, 80 years, and you are ruining this project. Yeah. CIP and Quincy are the only two think tanks that are like, anti-war. Okay? And of course, they don't get a lot of mileage in DC because of that position, because they're, they don't have the same level of funding that these other think tanks do, because these other think tanks are getting funded by Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, and the like. And there's not a lot of investment or interest in an anti-war foreign policy think tank. However, people like Robert Kagan are literally, they're neocons. Like Robert Kagan was one of the godfathers of the neocon movement. Okay. You got Bill Kristol and Robert Kagan both saying, what are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing? Pull out, pull out, pull out. This is a failure. And now Zionists are saying Robert fucking Kagan, who recently wrote that perhaps 9/11 was because America fucked around and found out only a month ago, which was really funny to hear from Robert fucking Kagan, is now saying what we've been saying for months, what I've been saying for months, which is that it's over. It's over. Fucking pull out. Pull out. We're bleeding. Stop the bleeding, please. Stop the fucking bleeding. We will, if you keep going at the rate that we're going, we will no longer be in contention for a multi-power world, okay? That's it. America has been ritualistically humiliated by a middle power, a regional power that has an economy the fraction of the United States, an economy that has been completely dominated by the SWIFT system and the sanctions by the United States of America without ever firing a single shot. It's over. Trump, don't listen to those pussies. We got this, bro. Yeah, I mean, if I'm an accelerationist, I'm eating good these days. Okay? If I am an accelerationist, I'm eating good. I'm thinking, you know what? I'm a Maoist third worldist. And as a Maoist third worldist, let's be real. What Donald Trump is doing is unbelievably good for destroying American empire. It's true. It's objectively true. Donald Trump, secret Maoist third worldist. J.D. Pandon saying permanent first world genocide. We will never stop until the suburbs are screaming bloody murder. Donald Trump, who says, my war is not with the American ruling class. My war is the American working class. I will make the suburbs scream. I will make the American working class scream. Scream bloody murder for the crimes that the American working class has committed against the people of the third world, the nations in the periphery. Unequal exchange will work in the opposite direction. I, Donald Trump, will make sure of it. I, Donald Trump, will eviscerate the labor aristocracy. The imperial core has dominated the world through unequal exchange, through parasitic capital and the forces that are servile to the interests of parasitic capital like the IMF and the World Bank. We will turn around and we will awaken the revolutionary third worldist principles. Okay?
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
What the fuck are these emotes, man? Mohammed Marandi emote on Twitch this is a deeply unserious community. I'm sorry. We've lost the fucking plot, dude. Come on. He's so online, he might even see this. Okay? That's so funny. Zoom out. Marandi is the only Taurus I like. That's funny. How much PBS you think he watch every day? Bro, Professor Marandi, if you're watching, you better subscribe and also give subs, okay? That's bullshit. No more freeloading, okay? Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service. Yeah, Donald Trump said we must proceed with Jusha, the ideology that revolves around self-reliance. Anyway, Trump is trapped in escalation and maximalism with Iran. As long as this is the case, he can't make a deal. He lacks the mindset for compromises real diplomacy requires. His legacy will ultimately be another failed U.S. Middle East war built on hubris and lies. This is from Sina Tusi, the other think tank that I was talking about, Center for International Policy. Center for International Policy, and then Trita Parsi is the EVP of Quincy Institute. Those are the two main anti-war think tanks, which get only motion in places like here, Democracy Now!, independent media in general, and virtually no mainstream media promotion at all. Okay? They're objectively closer to the correct side on American foreign policy, and yet they get very little airtime on ABC, CBS, CNN, and all these other outlets. They have recently gotten more airtime on these outlets because even the American owner class is starting to recognize that this much instability perhaps is not good for American profit seekers, right? Hello. Murat was staying in my house last night, and I had a little freak out because I couldn't find, I came back home late and I couldn't find Kaya. And I was very scared. I thought she was lost or something. And everyone was sleeping. So I was just like texting people. I didn't rooms in the house. I don't have like a necessarily large house, but I should have probably looked in the other rooms. But I woke up in the morning in a panic state because I had thought that my mom had taken Kaya. And they were all like, no. And then I called them at 6 a.m. And Murat was like, no, she's in the bed with me. Come here. You want to go outside, huh? You want to go outside? You want to go outside, lady? You want to go outside? You want to hang out with the family? Is that what you want to do? Kaya, come here. Oh. Look at this big lady. Hold on, let me get a little couple pets in here. You didn't do Mother's Day stuff? Yeah, I'm doing dinner with the whole family. They're prepping it right now, actually. Let the baby out. Let the baby out. Okay, I want to let the baby out. Oh, she likes it. She loves when I scratch her back like this. Oh, yes. I'm a little bit of a mom myself. I was MPreg with Kaya. That's right. You could have used a shock collar to locate Kaya. Yeah, that's true. Who's to say I didn't? Anyway, happy Mother's Day to me and to all the mothers. My 11 gallons in Costco this morning minus one AAA video game for this month until the war ends. Nice. But don't you think that it's for a good purpose, a higher purpose, one that is perhaps the most important purpose, which is advancing Israel's goals in the region, allowing Israel to continue the greater Israeli project unimpeded? Who amongst us has not heard Mike Huckabee's words and thought to themselves, well, this guy's making a lot of sense. A lot of fucking good ideas from Mike Huckabee. I am in agreement. I myself am one of those people, of course. I would never say such anti-Semitic things as we must rein in Israel. We must hold Israel accountable for its war crimes. We must do an arms embargo in Israel. These are very anti-Semitic thoughts. You should get them out of your head. Bro, I live in Luxembourg and it's so clutch to have completely free public transport nationwide. Stop flexing. Stop fucking flexing. I don't want to hear from Euroids here, okay? You're about to have an imminent jet fuel crisis soon, in any case. Us Americans, we don't know what public transit is. Us Americans have never understood the concept of public transit. We all have gas-guzzling behemoths that we all drive 40 miles both ways, at least, minimum, every fucking day. Ford F-450s. And we like paying extra for our gas because it's patriotic. Calling Luxembourg a nation is fucking pushing it. City-state ass motherfuckers. True. The bigger the monstrosity, the bigger the behemoth, the freer the person. Everybody knows this. Breaking, Iran demanded war reparations, removal of sanctions, unfreezing of assets, and control over the Strait of Hormuz as a part of his rejection of the U.S. proposal, according to state media. Totally reasonable and just demands from the Iranian side, of course, but classic American engineering here. It dictates that we can't concede in any way, shape, or form, even though they hold the fucking cards here. The Iranian counterproposal is publicly rejected by Trump, but if Wall Street Journal reporting is correct, Tehran is trying to move closer to U.S. demands, but not fully. The U.S. demands that the entire Iranian stockpile be shipped out of the country. In the past, Tehran rejected shipping any of it out and only agreed to downblending it. In its latest proposal, however, it offers to have some of it diluted and the rest shipped to a third country. The third country? The Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Just kidding. Probably not, but that would be very funny if they were like, yeah, sure, we'll ship it to a third country, the DPRK. As I understand it, though, this is not reported by the Wall Street Journal. Iran is also offering to accept an arrangement in which it will not need to enrich uranium at all for 12 years. This is not the 15 to 20 years Trump originally wanted, but longer than the 3 to 5 years Tehran originally offered. Read the full analysis on my Substack. Yeah, 12 is so funny. Iran was like, Trump was like, we won't do 20, we'll do 15. Tehran was like, we'll do 5. And now they've arrived at 12. They're going to end at 10, you know? China, ship it to China. True. Art of the deal, baby. Art of the fucking deal. Art of the deal. So JCPOA? No, it's not JCPOA. The deal, the terms on the Iranian side, no matter what, will be infinitely more favorable to Iran than the JCPOA. And the reason is because Iran now has more leverage than it did before America attacked Iran. So if they maintain some semblance of control, a toll system over the Strait of Hormuz, for example, that's unbelievably favorable, far better than JCPOA. They are trying to get all of the sanctions removed, again, including the American ones, which is better than the JCPOA, but also more favorable to Trump because Trump is a businessman. He likes doing business deals. This means he can do a fucking Trump Tower in Tehran, right? Like that's better than the JCPOA. Okay, unfreezing all of the Iranian assets far better than the JCPOA. The JCPOA unfroze like what, $1.5 billion in assets. Is a huge deal. We're talking how many billions? I think they have like America was previously saying that they were just to show good faith, they were going to unfreeze $20 billion in assets. That's a much larger number. The total number, I believe, is to the tune of 100 billion, if I'm not mistaken. You guys can correct me on that, but that's a huge number I believe the total global assets of Iran that are frozen currently after they did some deals with other countries that America decided to intercept are approximately $100 billion. If they can get $100 billion, it's incredibly favorable to Iran. Once again, I think these are all good, just, understandable commitments that will create longstanding peace. And I am, of course, in favor of them. I'm in favor of all of these conditions. I think that is the correct thing to do. Okay? Dealing with Iran as a sovereign state through diplomacy is an infinitely better proposal than trying to wage military war against the nation state of Iran and trying to destroy Iran. So, yes, let's send them pallets of cash, baby. I'm totally in favor. Let's do it.
The nuclear expertise in the United States is within my department.
Why don't you know the number? Aren't you the numbers guy, Patrick Bet-David? I'm a numbers guy. I'm a numbers guy. Game of Thrones. I'm watching Game of Thrones, and I see Joffrey, and I think to myself, this guy, if I see him in public, I'm saying, oh, Joffrey, we are fighting. I'm a numbers guy. That's why I say, let's grok it. Why not grok it? Why not ChatGPT it? I'm a numbers guy. I'm a numbers guy.
They are ready. They've been monitoring what's happening in Iran, and they've been involved in the dialogues about how would we handle this material, where would we take it, what would we do with it. But that is a critical thing. Iran has nearly 1,000 pounds of uranium enriched to 60%, so close to weapons grade, way higher than any potential commercial use of it.
So a country that has, more oil than just about anybody else in the world, the president says doesn't really need nuclear material at this point.
Well, 2 points here. First is we've seen an Iranian regime that for too long has not spent their vast wealth on energy infrastructure, on food for their people, on water for their people, and instead has used it on malign activities, a nuclear weapons program, funding their terrorist proxies around the region. These are all things that are being addressed by President Trump's maximum pressure policy to deny them the funds to do those malign activities. I think what's also important to point out here is the overall context of the fact that we have diplomacy from the beginning of this administration. We saw Operation Midnight Hammer. Diplomacy was opened yet again. We saw the decisive outcomes of Operation Epic Fury. President Trump means what he says. He means what he says when the Iranian regime cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon.
Okay, so the president has said that for all intents and purposes, Epic Fury is over, that hostilities have ended. Therefore, he doesn't need an authorization for the use of military force from Congress. But doesn't seem like the Iranians are moving. Is there going to be the likelihood of new attacks? What happens? Does he call it a new war?
Well, 2 points here. First, as the Secretary of State has described, the activity we have seen recently has been defensive on the part of the United States. Of course, if we see our equities, if we see U.S. military service members, our ships come under attack, we're going to stop that. We're going to prevent that. That's defensive action on part of the United States. Of course, we're going to defend and stop any attacks on U.S. military ships. That's common sense. We're going to keep doing that as the Secretary of State has described. What we're seeing now, though, from Operation Epic Fury is when this operation started, the president outlined clear objectives. I discussed a few of those a few moments ago. The destruction of their Navy, the decimation of their Air Force, their missile capacity, their defense industrial base. We have seen those objectives be fulfilled. So now we're seeing this blockade of our Iranian ports. We're seeing Operation Economic Fury. We're seeing the denial of hundreds of millions of dollars to the Iranian regime. But fundamentally, it comes back to this point. The president wants to see a deal here, but he will see his objective be fulfilled that the Iranian regime cannot have a nuclear weapon. The president means what he says, and he has proven it again and again.
As you and I have been talking, Tommy, the president just posted this on Truth Social. He writes, I have just read the response from Iran's so-called representatives. I don't like it. Totally unacceptable. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So I guess it's back to the drawing board. We'll see what the president decides to do from here. Any predictions, Tommy?
Well, I'm not going to be in the prediction business. I think the president's stating it very clearly there. Again, to stress, our objectives here have been very clear from the beginning. There is no guessing what the president wants here. That is, the Iranian regime cannot have a nuclear weapon. And I think another important point is we saw under the Obama administration a bad deal that gave the Iranian regime a roadmap to a nuclear weapon. President Trump is going to make a good deal for the American people that protects the United States, the world, and future generations.
Tommy Pigott from the State Department. We appreciate your time today. Thanks, Tommy.
Thanks for having me on.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Donald Trump on Iran. Full measure with Cheryl Atkinson. Full interview. Donald Trump on Iran. Government investigation into the NFL. Totally. China sent man pads. Iran is playing us like a fiddle. Sleepy Trump. I don't know if they have. I mean, they have the railways, so it would be totally justifiable if China did do that. What is this? Mao Zedong grandma.
POV. Comrade Kim Jong-un inspects citizens to ensure that they are having fun. Yes, everyone must have a good time in North Korea.
Move to North Korea. God damn, dude. How does this happen? I just don't get it. I mean, whatever floats people's boats, right? It should be illegal for China to make cars. I can't believe the mods aren't doing something about this. Oh, yeah, this is awesome. No wonder you're a filthy commie. This is what you played as a child.
So I hear Amanda mistook you for Che Guevara, Snake.
Yeah, I mean, this is... by the way, that has 318,000 likes. How is this possible, bro? I've heard working under pressure. I've never heard fun under pressure. Hello. Yes, hello. It is me, Mr. Fun. Exclusive. U.S. intelligence indicates China is preparing weapon shipment to Iran amid fragile ceasefire, sources say. Hey. Why do we get to have a say here? Okay. Does Iran have a right to defend itself? I certainly think so. They do. Okay. If this is from April 11th, by the way, this is last month. This is not from tomorrow. This is from last month. But I think that that assessment was not happening. Delivery would be by land too. Yes, they would use the railroads if they were to deliver anything successfully, in my opinion. So we'll see. I don't know. But we'll find out if America chooses to wage war with Iran again. So I still am shocked that Trump is doing this summit, by the way. I think it's a real weakness for Donald Trump to continue with the summit. It basically proves that Trump is not only in a weakened position against Iran, but certainly against China as well. Because they've delayed it one time. The Chinese got real mad at that. So I feel like there isn't, if they can't even delay it a second time, I think this is horribly bad. Why does he sound and look like this, by the way? Trump with a triple scroller on Truth Social ripping Justice Gorsuch and ACB. With certain Republican nominated justices we have on the Supreme Court, the Democrats don't really have to pack the court any longer. I should be the one wanting to pack the court. Why does he sound so defeated? He looks and sounds like shit. What the is happening? They hit him with a ket dart, bro. What's happening? You look like the hottest leader of the hottest country anywhere in the world. Things are looking really great. Trump. I don't fucking want to hear this bullshit over and over again. Do you guys? I feel like we can skip this shit. Okay. Margaret Brennan, Face the Nation moderator, CBS chief foreign affairs correspondent, says, after hearing the Pentagon classified brief on Iran war impact on U.S. stockpiles, Mark Kelly says it's shocking how deep we have gone into these magazines. He said that Tomahawks, ATACMS, SM-3, THAAD rounds, Patriot rounds, so those interceptor rounds to defend ourselves have been hit hard. He said it will take years to replenish these stockpiles, which could affect hypothetical U.S. conflict with China. Oops. Donald Trump, the great nation builder. Donald Trump, the GOAT. Once again, Donald Trump, the annihilator of American empire. You guys voted for this. You enjoy it. I didn't like what Ro Khanna had to say about China as well. I feel like he's, once again, Like, we should not be engaging in unnecessary posturing, unnecessary militancy with China. We should be moving away from unnecessary militant posture. It doesn't make any sense. Democrats, especially Democrats that have ambitions for higher office, ambitions for becoming the president, becoming the leader of the Democratic Party, should definitely not in any way, shape, or form, in my opinion, talk about war games or saber rattling with China. That is precisely what led us to this Iranian quagmire to begin with. It's just more of the same. With Trump ready to meet Xi, he must get China to buy more of our soybeans, make it clear no Chinese cars in America, stop Chinese companies from abusing workers in the U.S. and competing unfairly. It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, look, I do understand trade protectionism, especially when it comes to EV fleets, right? I get that. It's one of the only manufacturing businesses that we have that remains on U.S. soil. I wish we could focus on more competitive builds rather than just trying to outright stop, Chinese fleets from entering U.S. soil. Obviously, I understand why that's the case. You're gonna do that. I mean, every European car manufacturer that tried to do EV fleets is destroyed. Okay, dog, I want to buy a BYD. Shut up, dude. We can't have our only manufacturing business in the United States be weapons. Okay, we can't. Instead of moving in the direction of F-250s, F-350s, we should be downsizing our vehicles and making more competitive products in general, and also hyper focusing on investment, electrifying our grid, and investment in electric vehicles. Meanwhile, of course, the China menace has destroyed Porsche, and not only Porsche, but also any car manufacturer in Europe that has tried to make competitive EVs. They just simply cannot. They just simply cannot make cars that are as reliable and as affordable as Chinese EVs, okay? Electric vehicles that run on tracks and not roads. We let Detroit do this. Their stupidity was enabled, and the externalities, including death for climate change, is unaccountable. Trade protection around EV is unethical. Meanwhile, Canada is getting 5 BYD dealers and potentially a BYD manufacturing plant in Canada soon.
I want to get your thoughts on the China trip, because you're doing this tour across 3 states, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Michigan, talking about competition with China. And I want to ask, what do you hope to achieve with that? And how does it relate, if any, to what the president's trying to effort overseas next week?
Well, I heard your earlier report, and I hope the president's going to get a better deal for our soybean farmers. I mean, the reality is that our soybean farmers are hurting, our corn farmers are hurting. We need to have more export markets opened in China and around the world. The second thing we learned is that China has been bringing in investment into the United States and having some of these factories open up that are hiring people who are undocumented, abusing hours. There's a glass manufacturer in Ohio. That cannot go on. The president needs to make it clear to China that they should not be opening up manufacturing in the United States, subsidizing it and violating the law. And the final point is that they shouldn't be engaged in subsidies of their industry and dumping. When I was in Cleveland at the Port of Cleveland, I was horrified to see Chinese steel there. Why aren't we getting that from Cleveland Cliff or an American steel company?
Do you feel that this is a bipartisan issue in Congress?
I do. John Molinar, who's the chair of the China Committee, and I, on any Chinese-connected cars in the United States. We need to protect American cars. We want to have a steel be American steel, not be importing Chinese steel. And we don't want China playing unfairly. I mean, there's some of these companies that they're setting up in the United States, they're not, they're violating labor laws, and they simply are not competing on a level playing field. And so I'm the top Democrat on the China Committee, and on these issues, I often work closely with John Molinar, who's the chair.
Great.
Dude, every liberal on the timeline, by the way, has I have to possibly take accountability on this. Trump posted about Roe on Fox. Oh, really? I don't know if it's like what I'm saying or if it's like people being unbelievably stupid or people being cynical. Hasan finds out the majority of his community did not get taught in school about what led to Pearl Harbor, and he's shook. Okay, this is a 59-second clip in which it's just the poll that I ran. Okay, and it was shocking to me that people didn't know about the oil embargo. Okay. What I don't understand is there's no point where I say that like this, America deserves Pearl Harbor or anything like that. There's no point where I've ever defended Japanese war crimes. I'm actually, I've actually spent a good deal of time educating Americans on the heinous war crimes that Imperial Japan committed. And one of my most like famous things is me receiving a copy of the Red Book in China, which is why a lot of people say constantly that I'm an agent of the CCP. But the very same people that have said that I am a Chinese communist agent are now running around saying critical support for Imperial Japan against American imperialism was one of those weird takes I see floating around leftist circles every 6 months or so. And every time it does, it never ceases to astound me how insular the Western left is. There has never been a moment where I said critical support for Imperial Japan. You imbecile. What the are these people talking about? Why is it that these people literally hear just normal explanations about historical events, like just an explanation of historical events that unfolded with an actual position on this issue that is not favorable to Imperial Japan whatsoever? Self-described Lockheed liberal can't comprehend hearing about historical events without assuming it's critical support for the heinous war crimes committed by Imperial Japan. The very same guys that are saying I'm a Maoist are now claiming that I was like in favor of Imperial Japan. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? I can't have a normal conversation about like even events that unfolded while literally justifiably ripping into the heinous shit that Japan did in World War II, only to then turn around and oh my god, Top G, you went to Japan and okay, I'm actually perma banning you, Top G. It's not cute nor sweet, okay, dumbass. Shut your bitch ass up, stupid. Really, you're agreeing with this dipshit? Really funny, dude. Why do I need enemies? Why do I have ideological opposition when I have dumbass LARPers in the chat all the time? Point to any leftist has ever defended Imperial Japan. The very same people that spent months talking about how I'm an agent of the Chinese Communist Party are now falsely claiming that I'm in favor of Imperial Japan. And they know that it's bullshit, but they say it anyway. Yeah, I'm a Maoist and also a Hirohito fan somehow. They have nothing. The owner of the... What is this? We should have much lower tolerance for these Nepo baby communists. They might seem incompetent to be dangerous, but they're repopularizing the most dangerous ideology of all time. 100 million people were killed by communism in the 20th century. This is what happens every time communists gain critical power. This is a clip of me, by the way. And Elon Musk goes, absolutely. 82,000 likes. I spent an hour shitting on Imperial Japan, explaining to Americans that don't know about the heinous war crimes of Imperial Japan, specifically in China as well as Korea, exactly what the Japanese did. And these dickheads are literally saying, I'm defending Imperial Japan. It's heinous. It's heinous. It's like saying, I don't even know what to say. They're like, how much more anti-Imperial Japan could I possibly be by the very same people that say I'm a Maoist? One day, they literally say, I'm a Maoist, even though Mao Zedong killed 100 guerrillian people. And then the next day, they say, I'm actually in favor of Imperial Japan. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, what's next? Are they going to say I'm pro-Israel too? Like, what the... Oh, it's just Hasan Bad remapped every day. Ain't there already a psycho on Twitter calling pro-Israel? Yeah, but those are communists. I do genuinely feel it. You have to understand you are the enemy. Leftist, any lies or misrepresentation or your perspective is virtuous. Yeah, we got to fucking cut it with this like ontologically evil nonsense. Like it's genuinely making people dumber. Okay? It's legitimately making people dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Like this is a new one because I've never heard anybody even say that, right? I've never heard a single fucking person even claim that leftists who are sympathetic to sympathetic to Mao, which is what they say about me all the fucking time, turn around and be like, oh, you're actually pro-Imperial Japan. I've never even fucking heard that before. Like they're talking about me. They're saying I am a fucking a defender of Imperial Japan. Me, this guy, okay? This guy. This. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What are you talking about? What are you saying? They don't understand how that's contradictory. I don't get how you can't understand that that's contradictory at all. I guess they're just tugging at people's lack of knowledge on this issue. She just banned you from China, I fear. That's bullshit. I literally got a 10-year visa, baby. I've probably done more to educate Americans on a forgotten chapter, a deliberately forgotten chapter of World War II history, about the heinous fucking crimes in the Sino-Japanese War, for example, that many Americans are oblivious to, which is ironically what I was doing. I was in the process of educating people on what Japan has done. There's literally in the clip where this fucking dickhead is falsely misrepresenting my position, there is a fucking Chinese flag behind my head. It's right there. What the fuck are you saying? God, this kind of shit pisses me off to no end. I shouldn't openly admit that this pisses me off because a lot of people do it on purpose because they're like, oh, this is what angers Hasan the most. Like, we're just going to keep saying he's like we're going to keep saying he's like pro-Imperial Japan. It's disgusting. Medically stupid baboons. I don't think I can make my position more clear, you know? From the people that brought you, Hasan is unbelievably pro-China because he says we must not wage war with our largest trading partner, China, and must chart a very different path forward, one that revolves around collaboration. Comes Hasan thinks the rape of Nanking is appropriate, or Nanjing. Sky News, China's tech takeover. Is America losing its superpower status?
Donald Trump is heading back to China.
All right, let's do this instead. Yeah, I'm going to be more pro-China now. Suck my dick.
China nearly a decade after his last visit, but this time the stakes are different. 3 industries will decide who dominates the 21st century, and in at least one of them, the US is already behind. So who really is the tech superpower of the world? And has Washington already made a strategic mistake?
I gotta pee.
What better place to start than with AI? Donald Trump first defined it as a race for supremacy.
America is the country that started the AI race, and as President of the United States, I'm here today to declare that America is going to win it.
There's no doubt America got the best start, with the best AI chips, whose sale was restricted in China, and the wealthiest AI firms. Their models set the standard. But what happened next blindsided Silicon Valley.
China's leap forward in AI has been described as a Sputnik moment, stunning Silicon Valley and wiping $1 trillion off global stock markets.
DeepSeek wasn't quite as good as America's best chatbots, but the fact Chinese tech talent could make something nearly as good with inferior hardware at a fraction of the cost was a shock to the US AI ecosystem. Fast forward to now, and the latest analysis of leading models shows China's frontier AI still lags a few months behind America, but comfortably matching its pace, and at times out in front. Have a watch of this. A scene involving 2 of America's biggest stars made with a new Chinese model seed dance. It went viral and sent Hollywood into meltdown.
He was a good man! He knew too much about our Russia operations. He had to die.
America still leads, as one expert puts it, with AI brains, where China leads on AI bodies. China's homegrown engineering talent and manufacturing base, producing 90% of the world's humanoid robots at a speed and cost US firms can only dream of. As we saw in Berlin last year, American robots may have an edge in innovation and software. We're told this is the first public demonstration of a humanoid robot carrying out an everyday task, in this case, assembling an engine part in a real workplace, and done so entirely autonomously, without human control. Even at the time, I wasn't convinced the human-robot revolution was upon us. Then I saw something that made that much harder to argue. Chinese firm Unitree, that built these back-flipping kung fu robots, were inspired by leading American designs. But they've made unique innovations, and when it comes to low-cost mass production, would kick America's aspirations if there was a robot war tomorrow. China's centrally planned economy has decided to snatch the robot baton and run with it, not just financing what it sees as key tech, but using it to inspire a tech-literate public. The Beijing half marathon saw humanoid robots lined up alongside real runners, one reportedly breaking the human record by 7 minutes. One hold the US has on Chinese AI is control of the state-of-the-art chips used to build the frontier models. Export bans prevented China from having them, but chip makers and some in the White House argue removing barriers will work to America's advantage by making Chinese AI reliant on American tech. Something China understands too. Its AI firms want the best.
Yeah, this is Jensen Huang's assessment as well. And it's probably smart, but perhaps too late. Chicken nuggies and sauce? No, this is mercimek köfte. It's what's mercimek in English? It's köfte. It's like a vegan kubide, kind of. But what is it? Is it red lentil? Red lentil, yes. It's lentil balls.
Hardware, but Beijing wants its industry to make rival Chinese chips.
人工智能大模型，你追我赶，芯片自主研发有了新突破。
So for now, despite the US easing restrictions, China isn't buying.
My understanding is their cloud companies want to buy these chips.
Of course they do.
And central government has not let them. Chinese central government has not let them, as of yet, buy the chips because they're trying to keep their investment focused on their own domestic industry. So we have not sold them chips as of yet.
In Mr. Trump's talks with President Xi, we can expect AI hardware to become literal bargaining chips. One thing all tech superpowers need is, well, power, especially in the era of AI. But this is where the real bottleneck appears, and it could decide the entire race. The biggest limiting factor in better AI isn't more or better chips. It's these things. We've been to see the machines powering America's AI boom, gas turbines, with US manufacturers struggling to meet demand. The wait time for one of these used to be about 18 months. It's now closer to 4 years. As the US and Europe is finding out the hard way, their fossil fuel-dominated energy grids are struggling with AI's insatiable thirst for electricity. Not so in China. Though more than half of Chinese electricity still comes from burning coal, clean energy tech, solar, wind and batteries are replacing it and meeting China's growth in demand. Whereas the Trump administration, as we witnessed firsthand, has been actively dismantling US clean tech growth.
We don't do wind because wind is a disaster. It's a very expensive joke, frankly.
In the case of wind farms like this one in New England, halting some projects that are already built. Just a single rotation of this turbine would generate enough electricity to power the average American household for a year. President Drill Baby Drill,
Drill baby drill. Drill baby drill.
is instead backing US fossil fuels. He's expected to lean on China to buy more US oil and gas when he gets to Beijing. But is it a smart long-term strategy? In the first 7 months of last year, China exported $120 billion in clean energy tech, like solar panels, compared to America's $80 billion in exports for oil and gas. Mr. Trump's epic...
That, by the way, 100 billion, 120 billion in Chinese green energy goes a much longer way than 80 billion in oil. Because that, every time they're talking about Chinese exports of renewable energy, they're talking about a permanent mechanism to displace reliance on oil and gas. Because when you get oil and gas, that's a one-time transport that you are going to burn and use and be done with. That means that you are going to have additional demand year over year over year. When you ship one solar panel, that's a one-off purchase that you can use for the rest of your life. So $120 billion in renewable energy exports is ultimately displacing billions of dollars worth of energy trades that could be made. This is the reason why America is anti-renewable energy. Oil is a consumable. Gas is a consumable. Renewable energy is not. There's a, at least as far as we know, infinite amount of solar power coming from the sun. It's free. Of course, solar panels also degrade over time. There's also additional manufacturing needs. There's like going to be repairs and things of that nature. But once again, the main source of energy is coming from a potentially infinite supply, the sun.
Fury hasn't helped. Sure, US oil firms are profiting hugely from oil prices boosted by the Iran conflict, but the shock to global energy markets is driving a scramble for alternatives. Chinese solar exports doubled in March, and exports of its EVs are up 78% in the first quarter. And yes, those EVs.
We have an amazing product to show you tonight.
America, or should that be Elon Musk, was the first to make a globally successful...
So we start blockading the sun, buddy. If you think capitalists could figure out a way to rent out the sun, they wouldn't do it. You're out of your mind. Okay. Of course, if given the opportunity, if the capitalists could place an enclosure around the sun or the wind, they would do it.
Electric car, but China's dominance in batteries, it controls between 70 and 90% of the lithium.
Yes, what you're talking about is satellites trying to do giant space mirrors. That's a totally different idiotic project. I know, like the ones that can take sunlight and ping it back to like a specific location if they want to.
Iron supply chain has put it in the fast lane. For the first time last year, China's BYD sold more electric vehicles globally than Tesla. An impressive acceleration given Musk's firm was making 4 times more cars than its competitor just 6 years ago. So how did China catch up so fast? It has a lot to do with price. In China, Tesla's cheapest model is still 3 to 4 times more expensive than BYD's. To be fair, it has double the range and more than triple the power, but even when matched on specs, there's still a clear price gap. China has heavily subsidized its EV makers, but analysts argue its cars are cheaper due to stronger supply chains and the vertical integration of its industry. The US, however, can be much more confident in another field that will dominate our near future: space.
3, 2, 1.
While Tesla is being usurped by Chinese rivals, Elon Musk's other company, SpaceX, and its commercial rivals in America are way ahead in space. In the last 5 years, the US has pulled ahead of China, last year performing more than twice as many orbital launches, a lead almost entirely down to SpaceX, credited with 85% of all launches last year. But even here, there's a catch, as we found out a few weeks ago in Texas.
This is the iconic, the historic mission control at Houston, where they're controlling the whole of the Artemis operations. Come and take a look.
We have some news to share with you. As of 30 seconds ago, you are now closer to the moon than you are to us on Earth.
America is celebrating sending the first humans back to the moon for more than 50 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Artemis 2 crew.
Well, here at NASA, they talk about moon joy, and I guess this is what it looks like. And NASA has plans, fully backed by the president, to land Americans on the moon again as early as 2028. But there's a chance it will be a Chinese flag on the arm of the next human on the moon. China is targeting a crewed lunar landing in 2030. Though it's well behind America's space industry, China has enough know-how to pull off a moon landing that would inspire its citizens and dent the ego of Donald Trump. As with everything else in tech, China is catching up fast. And it's doing it using a playbook America once wrote itself.
Hiroshima had been chosen as the target for the first great blow.
Neil deGrasse Tyson has a very funny conspiracy theory on this, where he thinks that we, American, like NASA, knowing full well that American capitalists will never actually engage in the final frontier, the space race, without a market competitor, like a global competitor, chose to actively cut out China in their international cooperation by design, when they didn't even do this for cosmonauts, when they didn't do this for the Soviets, right? Or at least Russians, with the hopes that China would advance their ambitions in the space race, with the hopes that America would justify additional funds to NASA to now compete with China, as we once did with the USSR.
Since World War II...
I think it's a joke more so than anything else, but the truth the underlying truth is still correct, which is that America will never engage in something that isn't like immediately profitable unless there is some kind of international competition.
Success of the state-funded science-led Manhattan Project. The US government supported science and engineering at levels never seen before, credited as a key driver of its 20th century rise to superpowerdom. For the last 2 decades, China has effectively done the same, and within 2 years is expected to surpass the US in public R&D spending. And one set of numbers shows just how much this is paying off. A new analysis of frontier research fields from quantum computing.
Do I care about the space shit? Yes. Of course I care about the space shit. What are you talking about? My brother is literally a rocket scientist. Of course I care about it.
Into superconductors finds in 2003, the US led China in 60 of 64 areas. Now, the tables have turned, with China leading the US in 57 out of the 64.
The next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories.
Rather than scrambling to win the R&D race, Donald Trump appears to be doing the opposite.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so.
The White House cut $4 billion, half the budget of the National Science Funding Body. And Mr. Trump has just sacked the entire National Science Board, planning to replace 22 of the most preeminent...
Not counting the satellites that monitor Earth, what is the utility of space exploration? The scientific discovery process alone is responsible for so many things that you currently take advantage of. Like, you know, the suits that firefighters use, your microwave. Like, it's science, man. What kind of fucking idiotic caveman mentality is this? The idea that, like, oh, why do we care about unlocking new mysteries through scientific experimentation? I find it shocking when people say stuff like that, because it's like antithetical to human nature almost. Not to make a naturalistic argument, but if there's a couple identifiable features of mankind, it's that we are endlessly curious and try to understand certain things that are inexplicable right now. That is how society has progressed over time. That's why we have all of these new technologies that we take for granted that have dramatically improved our lives. Space exploration is considered the final frontier for that reason. I don't understand how anyone could point to that and go, why the fuck are we spending money on this, dude? This sucks. I know, Whitey on the moon, I know. But you can do both. The USSR was capable of doing both, as a matter of fact.
US scientists charged with steering its future with tech bosses and investors. But what presidents before him knew, and President Xi of China certainly appreciates, is you don't get a technological edge without a steady talent pipeline. And here, America may be faltering. More than 10,000 PhD-level scientists and engineers have left the federal workforce as a result of cuts. Tougher border controls also risk driving top talent away, and that could be bad. From Einstein to Elon Musk, immigrant scientists help make America great. Oh,
come on,
40%
Elon Musk?
of American Nobel Prizes since the year...
What fucking scientist is Elon Musk? How dare you? How dare you put Einstein in the same category as Elon Musk? Elon Musk's not a fucking scientist, bro. What dumb fuck bullshit is this? What science has Elon Musk ever contributed to? I think he has one patent to his name. I despise this mentality so much. Yeah, he's trying to find the upper limit of the human body and how much ketamine one can consume without, or how much ketamine will actually finally kill a human. That's what he's trying to fucking find. That's his real scientific experiment, long-standing one. That's what Trump is trying to push instead of renewables.
For much of the 20th century, most coal in West Virginia was mined by men working deep underground. But
for the longest time, his only patent was like the charger mouth shape of the Tesla charger. Yeah, if anything, Elon Musk has shown that, yes, even someone who is unbelievably autistic can actually be stupid as fuck, going against decades of propaganda against the autistic savant. So I guess that's his wonderful contribution. He's not even actually autistic? Okay, buddy, come on. This is like when people get mad when I say Nick Fuentes is Mexican. They're like, whoa, 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 he's not one of us. It's like, there's no need. There's no need for denial of reality. Like, saying Elon Musk is not autistic is crazy, okay?
In the 1970s, a new kind of mining was starting to transform West Virginia.
Calm down. Maybe you don't feel the direct pain of the current economic situation, but when people are hurting, it's easy to see how people wouldn't be on board with the space race. Not saying it's useless, it's just fixing things down here before going up there is not caveman mentality. Yes, it is. You can make that argument about everything. Because yeah, it is. It just is. It's anti-science. It's ridiculous. I already explained to you exactly why there's a million different things that have come out of the space race initially. And I also told you that you can do both. And I even gave you an example of a country that did both. Okay? Tremendous development going from an agrarian, farming peasant society to one that actually puts someone in space before the United States of America ever did. It's called the USSR. Okay? That's number one. Number two, the idea that we're like, oh, well, people are struggling, so of course they're going to have the wrong opinion. Okay, well, I'm still going to call it out. What do you want me to do? People are suffering. Why do we care about funding research? People are suffering. Why do we care about funding the NIH? Why you can make that argument about anything. People are suffering. People are suffering. Why do we actually fund the arts? People are suffering. Why do we fund anything? I can see how people feel that way. It's not my take. Okay, then why are you speaking for other people? I think it's fine. Yeah. NASA's budget for fiscal year 2026 is $24.4 billion, by the way. How much does the Iran cost so far? Not enough. Yeah, we stopped sending whiteys to the moon a long ass fucking time ago. And I haven't seen any of that funding divert back to social safety nets. The LCD screen that everyone is watching you was aviation research. Yeah. Yuri Gagarin mentioned, fuck, I love how fucking high-minded this chatting community is. I love y'all. Your country going from Einstein to Elon to Kennedy to Trump is a very quintessential explanation of your state of the nation, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, it is. If you believe in NASA, that's true. I don't. They lie, right? Axios. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro is quietly trying to derail a left-wing congressional candidate championed by AOC. Shapiro and his team have privately told allies that he disapproves of Chris Robb and has taken steps to block his path, according to three people familiar with discussion. Shapiro has privately advised Philadelphia's building trade unions to avoid inadvertently helping Rabb, the lone progressive in the race, by attacking one of his center-left opponents. Axios, in an attempt to block Chris Rabb from winning the Democratic nomination, sources say Josh Shapiro suggested that the building trades, which are backing another candidate, Sharif Street, avoid running negative ads against the third contender, Alla Stanford. Street and Stanford are seen as traditional Democrats who share similar voters. I will die on this hill. Elon's biographer, Walter Isaacson, contested it, saying it was self-diagnosed, not formal one. Yeah, who cares? That's crazy. You have eyes and a brain, right? Like, I can't believe this is the hill to die on. The idea that like Elon is faking, behaving in the way that he behaves. I mean, come on, dude. No one is that good of an actor. Like, what's more believable? That Elon Musk is just like faking the mannerisms of autism to a fucking T, or he actually is autistic and he's never gotten like a medical diagnosis. Who cares? Faking autism is the most autistic thing you can do. Also, yeah, what is he getting out of it? I'll shut up now. Thank you. I just don't think that anyone is capable of behaving that autistically without actually being autistic. Another huge Trump rage post now in Truth. Oh my God, again. People trying to tell HasanAbi who's autistic when real recognizes real. I mean, it's ironic because this community always says I'm autistic and I've never gotten a fucking proper medical diagnosis either. Okay? It's true. So I guess neither me nor Elon Musk are autistic. What now? What now? Okay? Yeah, you like that? You like that, chat? Yeah, my uncle with 300 trains in his basement also wasn't diagnosed. Yeah. My uncle too, ironically enough. Rest in peace to my uncle, who was a massive fan of model trains. The signs were there. Yeah, have you ever seen me stimming inside of a fucking train, dude? Not autistic at all, buddy. Okay? That's neurotypicality. Peak. All right? No one has been more neurotypical than me inside of a fucking train Will you please acknowledge how ableist your action against special interest groups is? Hyperfixations are natural for all social classes of autistic people. And furthermore, I'd really appreciate if you realize just how important fossil fuels are for trains. Obstructing trains with direct hatred and attack to the autistic community, and respectfully, we can't let Iran have all that juice. Thank you. I'm just saying, dude. I'm just saying. To all the chatters, yeah, all the chatters that spend most of their free time painting Warhammer figurines, for example. That's called being neurotypical. March, snap my ass. It makes sense to be excited. Luxury communist taking business class? Brother, it's the Amtrak train between New York City. What do you think the distinction between business class and coach is? It's just one seat. March, snap my ass. Yeah. I think you guys are wrong. Choo Choo Boy. I mean, I'm glad to be called Choo Choo Boy. I'm honored. I love your autistic ass, but you act like you're embarrassed to be neurodivergent. Oh my God. It's fucking memes, man. Fucking memes. Brother, sister, the emperor. It's memes, okay? I know we're having a conversation about autism currently, which is probably the worst time to make jokes. Okay? I know. It's Hoboken no joking time. I know. Bro thought jokes would fly. What led to the embargo, Hasan? Anyway, wonder if Hasan et al. Will be equally shocked when they hear about Imperial Japan's civilian death toll. It's just like everyone is literally in her replies being like, you're a fucking idiot. Of course he knows what Imperial Japan did. He was explaining what Imperial Japan did in that same fucking stream that you saw a clip from. We got Professor Chung that I was watching yesterday and I had to stop. And we're going to get back into it now.
Their motivators, and then their reactions, typically grounded in a concrete example. Or at least that would be the goal if his lectures were strictly about game theory. What often follows instead in his lecture is a series of assumptions that spiral out of control. In his first lecture on game theory, he provides the example of a dating game where 5 boys and 5 girls want to get married. And then he ranks their attractiveness based on 3 factors.
The first is genes. The second is wealth, and the third is status.
When he brings up factors that control the various elements of these games, they're always a bit suspect. He might describe one in detail, but then will offer a few quick sentences to describe the others and then moves on. It's also a little weird that he almost always has 3 things to list.
To win a fight, you have to have 3 things: focus, clarity, and resolve. And they are intelligence, spies basically, crime, and science. And these agents, of course, are called, there's 3 of them, okay? Well, there's actually a lot.
Another question I'm left with is how he quantifies any of these. In the dating game example in his first game theory lecture, how does one quantify genes?
Okay, so genes is very simple. It means that you're good looking, it means you're tall, it means you're healthy, you will live a long time, okay? Genes is pretty simple to understand.
Attractiveness varies across time and culture, and even within cultures, people can vary considerably in what they find attractive. This example only works if all the participants are in full agreement on what they find attractive, which is possible if you're only talking about 10 people. In the context of an abstract dating game in a high school classroom, it's not that big a deal that he leaves things simple. But this game starts to drift further from the initial premise. Here's a quick breakdown of how this game evolves.
All the girls want this one guy, okay? And maybe number 4. They'll settle for number 4. But 3, 2, 1, they don't want. All the women in the world, many, not all, but many, just want to marry actors like Brad Pitt. And 3, 2, and 1, what do? Well, they watch Netflix, they watch porn, they play video games. They've given up on life, okay? They're like, we don't care. We call.
Now I'm beginning to understand why he was so perfect and at home with Sneeko and all these other like right-wing weirdos. I mean, I already had that assumption because of the whole, you know, it's the Pax Judaica and all this other shit that he was like, all these conspiracy theories like the Illuminati that he believed. But now I'm beginning to recognize that there was more to his commentary.
All these people incels, right? This entire competition is between.
Did I just tune into your goat doing hoe math? Yes, which of course is something that I also have to reluctantly believe now because that's my Professor Jiang.
5 and 4 for all the women in the world. And this is, again, suicidal. This will lead to the death of humanity.
That section was not over the course of an hour-long lecture. All of that happened within the same 5 minutes.
Dude, this is really funny to think that he's like teaching a bunch of Chinese high school students in Beijing this as a part of his Western philosophy course. Because remember, his job, he's an English teacher. Or no, he's an English, he got a degree in English. And now his job is to teach Chinese students Western philosophy. Okay? I don't know how the Chinese firewall did not capture this man. Dugin is about to drop hoflation truk on Putin. Yeah. He had a conversation on, I cannot believe I'm about to say the sequence of words that I'm about to say. This man, Professor Jiang, had a conversation on Sneeko's broadcast on Kick with Dugin. Okay? That's a real thing that happened, which is part of the reason why Vladimir Putin might have learned about HOMATH by way of Professor Jiang to Dugin to the ears and mind of Vladdy Poo.
We went from a cute little game about dating to a story about how, when a wider reality is mapped onto that game, we see that women are so obsessed with status that they are destroying civilization by wanting to date high-ranking men and are responsible for creating incels. What started as a basic game that might have been helpful for learning some abstract concepts has turned into a justification for Jiang's own assumptions about the way society is working. The purpose of this scenario was not to teach people about game theory, but rather to use what Jiang is calling game theory to explain why the world is the way it is. This becomes more obvious as he then moves away from the small example to this larger discussion about these superstructures controlling society by changing the games we play, and that this will help us determine the life cycle of a civilization, particularly how they decline. And here's how he describes how that happens.
The moment you give women choice, they choose to improve their lives by marrying someone.
God, I love this shit so much, dude. Yeah. Yeah, as opposed to men. When you give men choice, they don't choose to improve their lives. Okay? Incredible. Incredible take, sir. Thank you. This is one of my favorite, like, incel commentary moments always is like, women want the you know, sexiest guys they possibly can. It's like, bitch, so do you. Like, what do you mean? Everyone does. Like, sometimes these people will take on like super basic things, right? Sometimes they'll take on like unbelievably basic concepts and be like, yeah, if you're attractive, then people will give things to you. And everyone's like, wow, what? What are you saying? I've never thought about that. I've literally never thought about that before. You mean to tell me that attractive people, like traditionally attractive people, sometimes get a, you know, upper hand in life? That's, wow. What a great statement for Mother's Day, sir. I mean, it's the same shit. It's like, oh yeah, women want to have sex with men they find attractive. Okay, and so do men. Men want to have sex with women that they find attractive. This is not like this is no way to live your life. This is not like rules that you can live your life by. This is just like basic shit.
Okay? Not all, but most. And so over time, what happens is your society collapses.
Yeah, this is insane. Yeah, over time, society collapses. If we let women have basic choice in their dating partners, society will collapse. Oh, wow. What an incredible take, sir. That is amazing. That's true. Well, what's the solution? Making sure that we take away women's choice, because otherwise the society is going to collapse. Well, it'll collapse because they won't me. And okay, they won't me. Nobody wants to me. If women have the choice to whoever they want to, that means they won't me. Okay, which is why society is collapsing. Pretty simple.
If you look at history, the best indicator that a society is about to collapse is if the women who are wealthy and well-educated, if they refuse to have children. This is what happened to the Romans.
Rome did not collapse because of women. Historians have argued a number of factors that led to the fall of Rome, and Jiang's reading of history is a reductive one that only serves to feed his pet theory that giving women freedom is a signal that civilization is beginning its decline. This theory is, of course, not unique to Jiang, as it's often echoed in online communities that have a lot of hostility towards women. We're starting to get a small hint of what Jiang's media diet is and how it's affecting the way he sees the world. But wasn't this lecture supposed to be about learning game theory? Why are we getting history lessons about Rome? This is just a product of what his lectures are like, spiraling out of control and diving headfirst into his own pet theories about how the world works. But believe it or not, this first video is probably the one that comes the closest to being a lecture about game theory. But instead of learning anything about game theory...
What is this? He did it again. Hitler apologia. Then Hitler didn't even say death to America, death to Britain. I think he might have planned it, but he didn't say it. Bro, this guy loves Adolf, dude. He loves Adolf Hitler. He wants to be Adolf Hitler. I swear, what the... I mean, what can you say? What can you say? Let's run this.
So yes, I mean, I don't know how to fight it. I mean, Churchill, without cell phones and without digital campaigns and farm bots, was labeled a warmonger in the 1930s because he said you have to stand.
I did.
And they accused him of being a warmonger. And Hitler didn't even say to America, Britain, you know. I think he might have planned it, but he didn't say it. And still they accused him of that.
And still they accused him of that. I met Amy Goodman today. Hell yeah. Congratulations.
What we're learning is that Jiang has a very troubling reading of history and current events. Out of interest, I looked up a few lectures on game theory from other sources on YouTube, such as a series of lectures from Yale professor Ben Pollock. His lectures are dramatically different from Jiang's, using abstract examples that highlight the different types of games being played. They are a lot more informative and, dare I say, genuinely educational.
Rational choices can lead to bad outcomes. We put it more graphically before, but that's fine.
He also engages his students, encouraging them to play along with the game examples and having them discuss their ideas in class.
When he talks about game theory in home math, okay? He's encouraging his incel followers to also do home math.
In general, it seems like a much better environment for learning than Jiang's classroom. Jiang's lectures often seem more about advancing his bizarre theories of the world than actually teaching.
Stop defending that fraud. Oh, you mean the Yale professor? I know, he is a fraud. Of course you didn't mean Professor Jiang. Not my Professor Jiang.
Students anything. To make these theories work, Jiang constructs elaborate models containing a sweeping story of different political, historical, and psychological forces that shape the world as we see it. All of it is reduced to a few simple factors that will be given extraordinary explanatory power. A great example of that is in one of his next game theory videos titled The World Game, where he identifies the factors that determine how likely a society is to triumph long term, and you better believe there are 3 of them.
Energy, openness, and cohesion.
While he'll define what each of these terms means, he doesn't explain how he can assess cultures on whether they have these factors or how much of these factors exist. How do you measure whether or not a country has energy or how much of that energy they have? He never really explains it. He just asserts that this country has it and this one doesn't. To describe Jiang's larger argument, he believes that powerful nations become lazy and complacent, allowing the smaller ones, which...
This is his best work, okay? This is his best work. You're just a hater.
Have more energy...
Israel will rise up, okay?
Openness and cohesion to eventually rise up and topple them. Which brings us back to his ridiculous example of North Korea.
Poverty leads to creativity. Okay? Another thing this is that if I were to surmise the future, I would say right now in East Asia, I would think that North Korea has a better future than China.
But North Korea...
Oh, come on! This is the guy. That's the GOAT, dude. That is the GOAT. Dude, what if he's right? Huh? Yeah. What if he's right? What if Jusha does prevail? What if socialism with Chinese characteristics is dookie and Marxist-Leninist Jushaist principles thrive in the coming apocalypse?
Isn't the only example he gives. He mentions 3 other nations become empires.
Germany? Why? Because he lost World War I and lost World War II. Japan. because Japan lost World War II. And the last country, of course, is Israel.
What makes these predictions so incredibly silly is that they don't operate within a specific time frame. Japan and Germany have recovered well after World War II, though some of that was due to international support, but neither of them are poised to become an empire right now. The example of Israel is even more ridiculous, as Jiang mentions persecution going back thousands of years as a motivator. When will any of these countries rise up alongside North Korea?
Also, wouldn't that mean China, which is also withstood a century of humiliation, wouldn't that also mean that China is supposed to be a thriving empire? None of this makes sense. This don't make any dang sense.
He can't tell us, but since it's been almost a century for 2 of those 3 options, it seems there's no expiration date for these predictions. This makes these predictions unfalsifiable, which makes them effectively useless. It's like predicting that at some point aliens will visit the Earth. It could happen, sure, but if you're not going to say when, you can't be proven wrong because it hasn't happened yet, and possibly could at some point in the future. But whenever Jiang is faced with real criticism, he retreats to one of his more common defenses.
I'm just proposing to you a theory of how to understand the world, but what's actually going to happen, I can't actually tell you, right? But according to this theory, Germany and Japan and Israel will be the 3 great nations.
He says this a lot. To understand, he's presenting a model that has a set of predictions that may or may not come true. But if there's no way to reach the may not part, how can this model be tested? And if it can't be tested, it's not very useful. Jiang likes to use a lot of historical examples to support the models he constructs. From this lecture, he went all over the place. He was talking about the warring states of China in 250 BCE, Alexander the Great's Macedonia in 500 BCE, and the Spanish colonial project in Central America in the 16th century. All of this interwoven with assessments of the cultures involved and attitudes of their respective...
Wait, what? Chat, was Hasan being sarcastic in his Jiang reverence? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, I'm being sincere. No! Bro, I can't do that. I'm realizing more and more that it's just no jokes, no jokes. Bro thought jokes would fly. I fucking told you there are people unironically who think you believe this guy. Your brain is too small to comprehend Jiangian theory. True.
People. We can't really assess how he knows any of this when he says this culture is higher in energy or this one is higher in openness, because he doesn't really cite any sources or tell us how he's measuring any of this. But academic rigor is beside the point here. What's more effective than having any kind of academic standards is the impression that these rapid changes in topics creates. By flying through so many different times and places, it presents the portrait of someone very well read and educated, that Jiang is a polymath. That there can be a person so learned that they can synthesize knowledge across disciplines to create these rich theories of how the world works. And Jiang is presenting his game theory framework as something of that caliber. Not just skipping across different periods of history, but as we'll see later on, entirely different disciplines, including science and literature. As a self-contained theory, all of it actually holds together pretty well because there's a lot of internal consistency. He's clearly put some time into constructing all of this. But
that's
it's
what
like
an intellectual titan. That's my goat, dude. How dare you? Feel like this guy's just jealous. Jose? Yeah, it's not Professor Jose. Let me tell you, it's Professor Jiang. What kind of history have you predicted? Okay.
We're only looking at things in the vaguest of details. When that model eventually comes into contact with the real world, we can see just how shabby it is. For instance, when he takes that model and applies it to more recent history.
Don't worry about America, its technology. Don't worry about the economy. Don't worry about these things, okay? Just ask yourself one question. Is Iran transforming as a society? Are people becoming much more motivated?
In the previous lecture, the examples he presented all featured one supposedly weaker side conquering land from a stronger side, but I highly doubt Iran is going to be conquering any part of the United States. That said, we can see how Jiang tries to map his ideas on the current conflict, and it gets pretty silly.
The Shia are not afraid to die.
My fucking goat! Come on, man! Come on, brother! The Shia are not afraid to die? That's what it is. They lock in.
And because their great religious leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, was assassinated by the Americans and Israelis, they are motivated to seek vengeance, to...
Bro, he's doing the meme. It's like, there's an ancient Persian culture in Iran. It's a Shia method where they get very frustrated and seek out revenge when their leadership is killed alongside hundreds of little girls in a totally unprompted first strike. Yeah, that's just universal, dog. What the fuck are you saying? There is literally no country on the planet that's like, oh, you killed our leader and also a bunch of civilians in the process? That's crazy. Well, I guess GG's, you know, there's no country that has done that. Sunnis hate dying. Yeah. Unlike the Sunnis, the Shia, they don't mind dying at all. Sunnis hate it. They hate it famously. Very different cultures, very different concepts.
Part of themselves for the greater good to seek eternal paradise, okay? Jihad.
This is how he talks about the people of Iran, completely ignoring how unpopular the religious leadership of Iran actually is, and all the oppression required to keep the population under control. While this doesn't mean the people of Iran want American bombs dropping on them, I also don't think they're about to start a jihad because their leader was killed. Here's another silly point he makes to show how the Iranian soldiers aren't afraid of death.
Yeah, it's like, it's weird because it literally is a very basic concept that I describe all the time. And sometimes I use my own personal experience and like what I've seen in Turkey take place in the coup that failed. Okay? But this is a consistently held principle in virtually every country that has been in the crosshairs of American imperialism or in the crosshairs of like any sort of American engagement, right? Intervention. People don't like it. Turns out people like autonomy. Even if they don't favor the administration and the leadership, the one thing that they even favor less than that is a foreign alien invading force coming to the country. This is not a Shia framework. Okay? The Vietnamese were not Shia. You understand? The Taliban was not Shia. The Iraqi, well, there was some Shia there, but by and large, people weren't all Shia. Okay? This is normal. It's a fucking normal concept. They were spiritually Shia? That's funny.
Soldiers are not afraid of death. And we're already seeing that where the Americans have already blown up and destroyed the Iranian Navy.
The details of the operation, what defensive options the Navy...
And no, they haven't. Oh my God. Oh my, I realized that the more I hear from Professor Jung, the more annoyed I get. I realized that like I can't even keep up the memes when I hear him go on a long tangent about anything, especially shit that I definitely know a lot more than he does on. Okay.
Navy had and the motivations of everyone involved is never explored. It was just...
Stop laughing. This is why they will build statues of him in Iran and not you. I mean, that's fine. I haven't even gotten a fucking Lego bit, dude. Ryan Grimm got one before me, which, I mean, that's my goat. He deserves it, but... yeah, by the way, between me and Professor Xiang, we're both the same level of professor, which is to say neither of us have a PhD. Anyway.
Those darn Muslims on one of their jihads. If all of this sounds incredibly...
Someone send him a clip of New Yorkers talking shit about him quick. His mood is spiraling. Yeah. Give me a hog real quick that wants to kill me. I need to watch a video from some fucking Italian hog. That always puts me in the right mindset. It puts me in a good mood.
Simplistic and silly, it's because it is. And when looking at his models in a modern context, it also reveals that they don't quite have the predictive power that he claims they do. He's simplified the story of history and is trying to map it on to a version of the present that he is also similarly simplified.
Hold on.
It may make for a nice, easy story that you can digest, but it doesn't actually constitute a real or deep knowledge of anything that's happening. There's an interesting turn in later lectures where he starts walking things back.
This is a class focused on intellectual speculation. It's meant to be fun. It's meant to make us more curious about the world. It's supposed to heighten our critical thinking skills.
And in a later lecture, he walks it back even further.
So I'm not an expert. I'm not even a professor. Yes, I understand. But what I do is I engage in speculation for fun, for entertainment, okay? So just see this as a fun class where we're gonna explore some fun topics that have no scholarly basis, okay?
Imagine your teacher opening up your class saying, we're just going to have some fun speculating on some stuff with no scholarly basis. The timeline here is really important, as these lectures where he starts sounding more defensive began to happen after he started blowing up in March of 2026. I suspect he's doing this in response to the increased criticism he's been getting now that his profile has significantly risen.
A lot of people, right? A lot of people talked big shit and said, Professor Hasan, which is not my real name. My real name is Professor Jihad, or Dr. Jihad, rather. I'm not a professor, I'm a doctor. A lot of people said, Dr. Jihad, where is your PhD in racism? Where's your whiteboard, they said. Here it is. Okay? That's right. Do you understand now? This is how it works. This is how it works. PBS. Oops. PBS. Dr. Jihad. But his board looks cooler? Okay, well, we're working on it. What are you going to teach us? Today, we are going to learn about Kussy. Okay? We're going to learn about Kussy. What Kami says, thank you for the 30 gifted subs. Open Presence, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Damn, I bring 1 bit back and hella people are in the chat lasering me with gifties. Yes, today we're going to learn about Kussy. This is an ambulance, okay? This is an ambulance. It's a type of a car, okay? It's a type of car. This is a police car. It's also another type of a car, okay? When one car falls in love with another car, they have a baby car. Sometimes a bus, okay? Now, in the car cinematic universe, okay, the fact that there are female cars and male cars and also baby cars implies that these cars have a Kussy, which is, of course, a car and a pussy, okay? Car plus pussy equals Kussy. That's right. I'm going to do it again. Car plus pussy equals Kussy. Okay? Now let's talk about Car Universe 9/11. In Car's cinematic universe, New York City exists. This is a plane. Also exists in the Car cinematic universe. These are the Twin Towers. Now, also known as the World Trade Center. On September 11, 2001, in the Car cinematic universe, one of the planes hit the towers. Cars 9/11. Now, also in the Cars cinematic universe, okay, when Cars 9/11 happened, Tower 7 did not fall. There's also a Tower 7. It was right here. Okay? Okay? 7. What does this mean? That means that Car Dick Cheney put explosives inside of Tower 7. where a lot of the secret materials by the CARS Pentagon and the CARS United States government was holding. Pay close attention. Okay, this is what is known as game theory. Okay, game theory. Very good. Let's get back to the Dr. Jiang lecture now.
The problem with this defense is that he frequently makes predictions and frames them as tests to his theory for validity. Some of these predictions aren't falsifiable, which he never says, but some of them absolutely are, and he sees the results of those predictions as a means of adjusting the theoretical framework. This isn't just entertainment. He's trying to present a working model of the world to his students that supposedly responds to new information. And as we'll see later in this video, Jiang is perfectly happy to share his ideas outside of the classroom as serious geopolitical analysis. If he thinks this is all entertainment, he shouldn't be presenting his understanding of the world as something to be taken seriously. In a later lecture, when Jiang is talking about the factors that help inform his lecture, there are of course 3 of them, he lists them out, and debate and doubt—
I was still copying it? Okay, well, you should have taken notes faster. You should have taken notes faster than you did. And next time, you should remember that. Okay? However, if you would like to find the lectures, you don't even need to watch the VODs. You can just rewind as long as you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. What is this? Just saw that Jose asked in the description for streamers to wait a week to watch his video, to watch clips. We've had the link pinned, but definitely should tell people to go watch, like, and subscribe. Yes. Listen, okay? Piker Broadcasting Service. PBS. Okay? Important. Pay attention. PBS. Piker Broadcasting Service, also known as the People's Broadcasting Service. People's Broadcasting Service. Okay? But also Piker Broadcasting Service. Now, you can subscribe to the Piker's Broadcasting Service, to Piker Broadcasting Service, or the People's Broadcasting Service, okay, to support independent media. But also, okay, you can subscribe for $6, or you can do that for free. Now, how can you do that for free? Amazon Prime subscription. If you have an Amazon Prime subscription, or a loved one has an Amazon Prime subscription, okay, you can take that Amazon Prime and convert it to a Twitch Prime, okay? And then you can have one free Prime subscription a month that you can use on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully, it's the only one with a real PhD, or a doctorate rather, in jihad, as it says right here. Chief of Bigotry, Dr. Jihad, Chief of Bigotry, Piker Broadcasting Service. You definitely have the doctor handwriting down. That's it. Why would I do that? 3 reasons. This is game theory. 3 reasons. Number 1, you can rewind. Okay? You can rewind. That's number 1. Number 2, you can send me links. Very important. Number 3, you can use emotes. Okay? Emotes all around the platform. Okay, there you go. Just tuned in. Why are you treating us like we have CTE? I don't know. I'm really enjoying this little bit that I'm doing as Professor Jiang. You start all your letters in a different place than I do. I haven't handwritten anything in so long. Please like and comment on the video. Subscribe to Jose. Yes. And also to the people who are to the HasanAbi Industrial Complex, do not take my reaction to this video and upload it. Words cannot describe how devastated I am to learn that Hasan writes like a boy. I'm trying to write fast, okay? Here, you want me to write nice? Here. You want me to write normal and nice on a board? It's like tough to write on a board. It's different, okay? Okay, hold on. I didn't realize that the thing sticks, okay? That still wasn't that good. That looks worse. Man, shut up. It's hard to write on a board. Have you guys written on a board before? It's tough. I'll get better. Fuck. Let's do cursive. I forgot how to write cursive. Oh my God. Nick Shirley handwriting. Stop. How do you forget that? I don't know. It's been so long. As good as a third grader. Indictment of two countries' education systems. Okay. I realize I haven't held a pen in like 8 years. Yeah, me either. Okay. Okay. Also, Kaya's back.
Are fine, but the third one he mentions is troubling.
I will say things that are imaginative, that are speculative, but which is not backed up by any evidence. Don't be afraid to do that, okay? If you want to seek the truth, you have to make some imaginative leaps.
Speculating without evidence sounds like a terrible piece of advice, especially coming from a teacher. While a healthy imagination can be fun, it's particularly unhelpful when speaking on subjects that someone doesn't have a deep knowledge of. Zhang would be perfectly within his right to be making these imaginative leaps if we could trust him to have a good grasp on the subjects he's discussing. That is, if he was making educated guesses. But as we'll see in the next section, his confidence hides a lot of ignorance. It's tough to catalog all the things Jiang gets wrong, in part because he speaks on so many different things and often explains them with vague terms. There are statements he makes that can very much be fact-checked, and when you do, you start to find mistakes that reveal how little he really knows about the subjects he discusses. A great example of just how badly he gets things wrong can be found in one of his earlier lectures in the Secret History series. For some context, he's trying to explain the limitations of science, and he hones in on specific concepts. And
okay, his handwriting is dog shit too, though.
Of course, he's got 3 of them.
I bet you none of Professor Zhang's acolytes ever criticize his handwriting, by the way. Okay? Okay? Wait, is this a real? Oh my God. Oh, this is real. Oh my God, I'm listening to my heartbeat. I didn't even realize. What the fuck? Wait, let me put it on the microphone. Maybe you guys can hear my heartbeat. No, it's not working. It's not. That ain't how it works. You'd have it on backwards? Wait, what do you mean? I can't believe this is a real, what is it called? What is this thing called? A stethoscope? What is this thing called? I don't know what it's called. Stethoscope? Yeah. That's the brand I'm using in nursing school. Littman quality. Anyway, this is cool though. You got to put it on your neck like this. That's how everybody knows you mean business. Okay?
Bang, evolution, and how memories are formed.
This is all that science
is all your stat points in politics? Yes.
knows. I mean, this is pretty simple, but this is what science tells us about where we came from, who we are, where we're going.
He then tries to point out problems with all 3 of these ideas. He seems to think the concept of dark energy disproves the Big Bang Theory.
It's cheating, okay? So let me give you an example. Let's just say you take a math test, and the teacher asks you 1987 plus 25, and your answer is 20, okay? That's obviously wrong, right? So your teacher says, this is wrong. And then you say, oh, I know how to fix this. Plus dark energy. Problem solved.
To use his math example, if someone wrote 1987 plus 25 equals 20 plus dark energy, where dark energy is an unknown variable, x, that would still be mathematically correct, even if you got a bad mark on a test because your teacher doesn't like you giving such a cute answer. Jiang does absolutely no work to reckon with the evidence that supports the Big Bang Theory because that would require a little bit of effort to understand cause.
I'm a little confused. Like, is he just stupid? Like, what is that? Is that what it is? Like, he's just kind of like dumb but confident? Is that what we're watching right now?
Cosmology. Instead, he uses his own ignorance to frame the concept of dark energy as cheating that disproves the Big Bang Theory. His commentary on evolution is similarly uninformed. He believes it's true for other animals, but not for human beings.
What? He's a, oh my God, he doesn't believe in the theory. Oh my God, he doesn't believe in evolution. Oh my God. Oh, that's my fucking goat. Oh, he's so sick. He's so sick. I can't believe you all ever doubted him. China's going to kick this guy out. Yeah, it's really funny. If he actually had any, does he even do any videos on Chinese social media? Because I feel like if he did, they would probably do something about
Now,
it.
what scientists will tell you is, well, before there were different species, the Neanderthal, gradually Homo sapiens took them over. And you can believe that, but it's problematic because according to evolution, there should be many, many different types of humans, okay? Maybe some with 6 fingers, some with 3 eyes.
I don't know where this is coming from. How many other mammal species are walking around where each member has a different number of eyes? He also makes other small mistakes, like attributing the term survival of the fittest to Charles Darwin when it was actually coined by Herbert Spencer. But generally speaking, he doesn't seem to have a good grasp of evolution either. Later on, when he starts getting into the subject of psychology, he tries to explain how we contextualize our experiences within our minds. He uses the terms worldview and personality interchangeably, which is already problematic, but it gives him the opening to say he believes that without a worldview, our minds would not be able to handle all the sensory information around us.
If your brain were to absorb all the experiences, your brain will explode because there's too much information to process. Therefore, your worldview processes different experiences. It differentiates between experiences that are important and experiences that are not important. And experiences that are important, of course, goes into your long-term memory.
This isn't really true. Not having a worldview doesn't mean your mind is incapable of sifting through information it receives. It only means that you haven't developed more sophisticated understanding of the context you live in, which is what makes his next point especially ridiculous.
In theory, babies should not have a worldview. They should not have a personality. But if that's the case, then how do they process memories? How do they know what memories to store, what memories not to store? Where does the personality come from? And
elephants. Famous animal with tremendous worldview. That's what they always say about elephants. An animal with incredible memory, long-term memory capabilities. Clearly, it's because of their capabilities of having, like North Korea, elephants have a bright future.
Why is it embedded in us from the...
Do the Chinese parents that send their children to this school where he's giving these lectures, because there's students in front of him, okay? Do they have any idea what the fuck this guy's talking about?
Very first day.
Are babies born with personalities? They appear remarkably close-lipped about it, so perhaps there's a dark secret they're hiding from us. Or perhaps, much like language, being able to sit up without falling over and how to feed themselves.
No, the room is not empty. No, he has students, bro. He's literally doing, this guy's the next Parenti.
Children gradually acquire the many things that make them who they are as they become older. There's actually a whole field that studies that called developmental psychology. When it comes to personality in infants, the closest measure we have is to look at their temperament, which is not the same as a worldview, by the way. Just a general way to describe the traits of some infants compared to others. Babies appear perfectly capable of perceiving the world without needing to contextualize everything through a worldview. So Jiang's objection, again, doesn't reflect the science he's trying to debunk. All of these misunderstandings reveal a startling lack of scientific knowledge for someone lecturing on the subject, particularly if the point he's trying to make is the limitations of these sciences. So it's not a surprise that he eventually ends up here.
If you look at every major scientific discovery, it all came to the person in a dream or when he was, or it sort of popped into that person's head.
He applies this to himself and how he writes.
What am I going to do if I have no ideas? I can't write anymore. But what happens is the next day I get up and I have new ideas. And I write it back and I write it down again, okay? So it's not like I'm generating these ideas. It's more like I'm receiving these ideas.
And that's how he teaches too.
What? For context, he's teaching private high school students. This shit does not fly in Chinese public schools. I thought China cracked down on fucking private schools. How did they let this one fly, dude? Stand it. China's doing reverse class warfare, where if your child is dumb enough to not be able to get to the best public school, he's stuck going to the best private school, and this is your teacher in the best private school. They're doing downward social mobility for the upper crust of Chinese society.
Accessing a higher force, and I'm receiving this information that I can then articulate to you in class.
Because he believes coming up with ideas is channeling the divine.
No scientist in the history of humanity has ever come up with a great idea using the scientific method. I guarantee you. They've all came up with a great idea through their imagination, through their intuition.
What? What the fuck? That's incredible. He guaranteed it. You can't deny it. He guaranteed it. He fucking guaranteed it.
By channeling the divine.
What started off as a lecture about science and its limitations, all coming from someone who clearly doesn't understand the parts of science he's chosen to talk about, has devolved into a complete mess where he's claiming that great ideas and discoveries are channeling some kind of spiritual dimension, and that this spiritual dimension reflects an even bigger theory of how the world really works as secret societies manipulate events to press their own occult beliefs onto all of us.
The people in charge, the secret
I feel like his worldview is also all over the place. Like, there's no way that he believes all this, right? I can't comprehend a guy who has all of these complex thoughts in his mind at the same time.
societies, they are interested. They must make hell into heaven and heaven into hell. They must invert the world in order to maintain their power. You don't know this, but all of science, it's not about discovering reality. It's about reinventing reality in a way that serves power. That's what science really is.
And how will this all end? Well, we can only hope that Elon Musk will save us.
So there are all these different fail-safe systems in here, to make sure that hell can never triumph. And that's why Elon Musk wants us to go to Mars, okay? Even though God and Satan are just projections of our imagination, they do help us understand the world better.
So heaven and hell are metaphors and projections of our imagination, but somehow they help us understand the world better because of the existence of these secret societies who apparently believe all of this. You probably noticed I spent very little time trying to debunk these last few claims.
Yeah, because you can't, okay? Yeah. I'm sorry, you're not Professor Jose, okay? And you know who you certainly aren't? Professor Professor John. Fuck. Oh man, I'm having so much fun on this stupid ass day.
Because there's nothing of substance there. It's all an imaginary hypothetical asserted without any real evidence, all predicated on a man's inability to understand science. Jiang's constructed vision of reality has no basis in the one we seem to exist in. He did something similar in another secret history video where he speculated that ISIS was created by the United States using brainwashing interrogation methods.
Okay, again, classic Professor Jung had me in the first half, and then the second half is unbelievable. Okay, ISIS was created by the United States. Okay, with mind control laser beams. No, what the fuck are you saying?
That were identical to ones used by ancient Egyptian priests on their leaders in special ceremonies thousands of years ago. Here's how he tries to connect those two stories.
ISIS, Islamic State. Isis is the name of what? The Egyptian goddess who saved Osiris, right? And who fathered Horus. Do you think it's a coincidence? Maybe not.
Yes, it's that the acronym of the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria, ISIS, and the name of the Egyptian goddess, Isis, sound the same. That doesn't really make sense because ISIS, the terrorist group, don't use the English language.
Yeah.
They speak Arabic and call themselves a name I'm putting on screen because there's no way I can pronounce it. The acronym for their name in Arabic is Daesh. Doesn't engage in any of the hard...
What the fuck? Wait, the coincidence, maybe not. Oh my God, that's unbelievable. This guy's awesome. I'm convinced he's baiting leftists with these titles. He's a Mossad agent. I'm calling it, bro. This guy's fucking awesome.
Hard work of linking specific torture victims of the US government.
I'm just thinking about Chinese students still in my mind. In my mind, I'm thinking about Chinese students listening to this guy to learn English, or I can't tell if he's an English teacher or if he's a teacher of Western philosophy, but he's not teaching either to these children, okay? These fucking kids are going to this private school and coming out less knowledgeable than they went in. It's awesome.
To the creation of ISIS, something that would be doable since the names of these victims are documented. Also, the existence of torture is not the same as brainwashing. He would need to provide far more evidence than the presence of psychologists who were overseeing some of the torture. The other big problem is that story about the priests who were doing brainwashing back in Egypt. That one he made up.
5,000 years ago in Egypt, they were doing this. But again, because we are officially starting the Gay Talese journalism course. Traditionally, we've understood journalism and research as this method of just collecting information, organizing it, and then expressing it. But then along came a man named Gay Talese, and he transformed journalism. They transformed the way we understood research. Okay? So we created something called literary journalism, which is the idea that journalism can be by itself be literature. But the Gateways method is going to teach us how to be creative, how to be.
He has your handwriting. Chill. I'm one of his students. Guys, it's time to come clean. The reason why his handwriting and mine are so similar is because I'm actually one of Professor Jiang's students. That's why I was in China. Okay. Every moment that I wasn't live streaming in China, I was actually getting lectured directly by Professor Jiang. Okay. It's time to come clean. 11 years ago, China's super schools. Here's Professor Jiang.
By Asian countries. So right now, there's a lot of concern in Europe, and especially in America, because America didn't do very well on the PISA, that the future now belongs to China. It belongs especially to East Asia, because...
you don't search this video, the algorithm presents it to you. The Jiang dynasty conquered YouTube. Jiang has been cooking longer than we thought. Yo, it's my boy, Professor Jiang. Bro didn't age a day in like 11 years. Bro is stomping all over the YouTube algorithm. They must like him a lot. This man has taken over the YouTube algorithm. It's actually kind of wild how much Professor Jiang is promoted. Professor Jiang thinks Hamas is actually movement. Yeah, it's true. That's what... It's Hamas in English is himtertiti. Himtertiti. Yeah. Or no, not himtertiti, sorry. Movement, the resistance, the Islamic, which would be I know. It's Harakat al-Muqawwama al-Islamiyya, right? Harakat al-Muqawwama al-Islamiyya. Which is, the Islamic resistance movement, which is Hamas, which in English would be, I guess, the Islamic resistance movement. So it would be IRM. Your silly Turkish accent when speaking Arabic is adorable.
Okay, what's really important is, this is all speculation. And it's really important for you to doubt and question me. Because we don't actually know that this happened. All the records have been lost to us. And obviously, this would be the greatest state secret of Egypt. But from my perspective, it makes sense.
Who the hell cares if it makes sense to this guy? If he can't provide evidence of any of this having happened, how is that any better than pretending any other story someone else imagined is real? He similarly seems to have no clue what he's talking about on other subjects. Here's his description of how capitalists created communism to destroy socialism.
In many ways, communism is a creation.
Bro, look at this. Hasan, can you check my log? I literally subbed again just to talk to you. Hasan, please check my logs, I beg of you. Hasan, check my log. Please check log. Hasan, I used to be a huge fan and I followed you for a long time over social media. Never missed stream. I'm sorry. I must say this because I respected you once, man. You're always telling people not to be racist instead when it comes to the UAE. You say we're dogs, Zionists, etc. Just for your info, you have no idea what it's like to see your whole family hear bombs being interfered above us every single day with no fucking help until we take it. What? Take of it our own with our airspace. The U.S. didn't help. The hate you spread. Please check my log. Brother, you are not your government. The United Arab Emirates, on the other hand, as a government, is ass cheeks. So is the Saudi government. What do you want me to do? Act like it's a redeemable? It's not. It's not your fault.
Of capitalism as a weapon to destroy capitalism's major enemies. Capitalists hate democracy. Why do they hate democracy?
Okay, true.
Because if you think about it, if people had power, the workers had power, they would all get together.
Base. He's cooking. Just wait, though. I'm sure he's going to flip it around.
And vote to redistribute wealth, right? To make the rich pay more taxes. We call this socialism.
After once again hedging that none of this may be true, he then spins this wild story of how Karl Marx was a tool.
Yeah, the American government is perfect, though. Everything is going great here in America. No problems at all. How are you? Yeah, I famously always say the American government is doing great. If there's one thing I'm notoriously known for, it's constantly talking about how great America's government is.
All of the English elites want to pit the workers against the bourgeoisie through a messy propaganda campaign that also kicked off anti-Semitism. He then provides an
what?
example of what he calls evidence that in a secret society, one that was intentionally made discoverable because they were a psyop that used anti-Semitism to vilify itself, because it was advancing the interests of capitalists.
Whether they admit we are a national conspiracy, we're a secret society, this is a secret document that we read amongst ourselves. But it's also possible for you to steal and show that, yes, there is this secret society, a national conspiracy of Jews who are trying to destroy the world.
If this sounds ridiculously convoluted, that's because it is. This secret document being shown is the Communist Manifesto, and Jiang is presenting the idea of international solidarity as some kind of poorly hidden conspiracy. Except this book was widely published and available to read all over the place. At no point was this a conspiracy. It wasn't poorly hidden, it just exists. The anti-Semitic conspiracy theories were put onto it because it turns out creating anti-Semitic conspiracy theories is a long-standing tradition in Europe going back centuries. A more modern example would be how political parties often vilify immigrants to disguise their own economic agenda that's more centered around providing tax cuts for the wealthy rather than providing services for people who actually need them.
Wait, he's saying the communists were the anti-Semitic ones? Wait, what? I'm so confused. Is he what? Or is he saying that like anti-Semites were anti-communist? He just said something so insane that it genuinely gave me a stroke, I think. It's whatever you wanted to be, my friend. Communists were secretly capitalists. It's the classic, what was it? The Rothschilds and British bankers funded the socialists, the communists then. But they were also doing it to do anti-Semitism. Someone said Karl Marx. Jiang was saying communists were being anti-Semites on purpose to discredit communism and socialists because communists were a psyop created by capitalists. Yeah, but he's Asian. I believe him on pause. But what I don't understand is the Cultural Revolution missed one. What is this? Hasan Piker recreates his childhood. Oh, come on, dude.
Turns out we have a model of history that explains all of the events Jiang finds mysterious that work just fine without entertaining this secret society hypothesis that Jiang finds so compelling. The fact that history seems impossible to Jiang is hardly grounds for his speculation. But as you might be able to tell, we're starting to get into some dicey territory here, and it certainly isn't the only time we see troubling theories popping up from the ideas Jiang wants his audience to consider. Here's an example of him supposedly reading a map that measures academic performance.
Muslims don't do well on the PISA. And that's why there's great fear that Islamic countries will fall behind economically.
While he briefly mentions the predominantly Christian Central and South America, which are also in red, he only brings up religion when he's talking about Muslim-majority countries, and without any evidence, asserts that their religion explains their poor performance on this academic test. This is characteristic of how Jiang talks about Muslim people in general, such as when he hypothesized that Iranians were all ready to start fighting a jihad. According to what I've learned from his background, he spent a brief time teaching in Afghanistan, but somehow his understanding of Muslim people seems to be limited to stereotypes that sound like generic fear-mongering that followed September 11th. This video highlighting educational disparity.
Okay, this guy has to be a fucking agent, right? Wow, he has lived such a rich life. Thank you for taking the time and reading what I wrote. I appreciate it truly. Just go up. I appreciate it, man. Is this another one of those like insane moments where the CIA releases a psyop and it ends up harming Americans? It reminds me of how they did vaccine hesitancy campaigns in the Philippines, but I guess they never accounted for all the vaccine hesitancy that would take shape in the United States of America. They were like, hey, we sent him to Afghanistan. I mean, he's too young to have literally been one of those guys who was, teaching the Nebraska textbooks that had like bombs on them to the mujahideen in madrasas. But, wow, another chatter reformed. You're on a hot streak. Yeah, I know. I've been popping off. I am Professor Jiang. Please read my log supporting Professor Jiang so chat can yell at me and I can yell at chat. Okay. Langley cooked it with this guy. I gotta respect it. I just don't even fucking understand what purpose he could possibly serve. I genuinely think it's a pure happenstance, pure luck. I think that he got like this popular. I don't think this man does anything with intention. Okay? I'm not even sure he has a worldview. He doesn't.
Is about immigration. And he spends some time talking about the discrimination immigrants face. To be more specific, though, he really only talks about the discrimination faced by
The fuck are you talking about, Chatter? No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Professor Jung. What the fuck?
East Asian men, like him. Of the two main types of discrimination he mentions, and I'm genuinely shocked he used 2 instead of 3, one of them is that there are a limited number of CEO positions available to East Asian men. The other form of discrimination is that East Asian men do poorly on dating apps. In this section, it's very strange how he fixates specifically on white women.
A white woman will be attracted to the average white guy, and she will only be interested in the highest earning Asian guys.
How he talks about women in general gives off some negative vibes.
It's easy for them to find someone of their status or below, but it's very hard for East Asian men to actually marry up and improve their status and social economic standing.
Jiang talks about women like they're symbols of status, which is a pretty bad way to approach dating, and I'd wager treating women like that is going to hurt your chances far more than being East Asian. By the way, I want to make it clear that it is true that East Asian men, women, and non-binary people do face discrimination. It's an unfortunate truth, and it should be called out. The problem here is that Jiang is doing a very poor job of making that case, and it seems more self-serving than trying to speak for any kind of community. And he eventually uses his own personal story to go to a much darker place, where he explains that East Asian men are suckers for playing the game. That is, to be an immigrant who integrates into their new culture, because it allows white men to marry their best women while other minorities cheat the system.
The most attractive of all Asian women will be married off to white guys, whereas East Asian guys will make their money and then stay at home and play video games all the time. Okay? The game is rigged. So
Okay, he has a lot of passion when he's talking about this, unlike other subjects. I feel like this hits close to home for him somehow. I don't know why, but this is the most like angered I've heard him speak. He's doing r/AZN identity posting. I know. Dude, this is a high school teacher. Okay, he's got students in that room that are listening to him educate them on Western philosophy.
Only logical strategy, according to game theory, to this situation is to break the game, cheat, okay? And that's what the other minorities are doing.
This racist rant is supposed to be a lesson in game theory, by the way, which supposedly explains why these other minorities are grouping together and having lots of babies so they can take over. He eventually goes back to being bigoted towards Muslims specifically.
In Europe, they have a huge Muslim problem. These Muslims are less likely to integrate. They don't do very well in school, but they will claim welfare. They will have lots and lots of babies, which is a drain on the economy of these nations. So if trends continue, then it is most likely that Muslims will control Europe in 25 years' time.
Yes, it's true. He caught on, dude. This is literally okay. I'm beginning to realize something here. I have to be very serious for a moment. Okay. I genuinely think there's only one type of YouTube content that just goes viral all the time, and it's this. Because what he's talking about is literally like early Gamergate era. Since the invention of YouTube, the only people that have gotten the algorithmic boost, not to get all Professor Jung with it, not to get all conspiratorial, has been guys that say this, okay? It's never stopped being guys that say this. There are different variants. There are different generations of content creators that come and go, okay? But there's only one absolute, and that is if you are saying exactly these words, women ain't shit, you know, they want to fuck all the hottest guys, they don't want to fuck you, and also Islam is going to overtake Europe in 25 years, that is algorithm catnip, okay? For some weird reason, literally every single top content creator on YouTube has done this, okay? Jordan Peterson, Sam Harris, now Professor Jung, Sargon of Akkad, like all of these people that have engaged in political commentary and achieved like maximum virality have done both of these things every single time. Andrew Tate, Tyler Oliveira. What the fuck is going on? Why is that like the thing? I want to test it out. I want to do like a video talking about both of these things, you know?
Okay.
For Jiang, I'll do my own list of 3 here. Muslim people operating in unison, never adjusting to the culture in their new home, and wanting to take over is part of the anti-immigrant rhetoric that has been used against every immigrant group for decades. It's never been true, and I don't see what makes Muslim people uniquely threatening, especially since we're reducing people that can come from entirely different parts of the world down to their religion. I'd wager someone who immigrates from Indonesia probably has a very different experience than someone who is immigrating from Pakistan. This map he's so worried about doesn't just include newly arrived immigrants. It would include second, third, and later generations as well. People who were not only born in Europe, but have families that stretch back decades. Do they not get to be European? Or can they never be part of the only culture they and their family have ever known because of their religion? The reductive way of looking at the world Jiang frequently uses unsurprisingly leads to conclusions like these ones, where his own ignorance simplifies diverse populations into easily understood threats. In this case, turning his classroom lecture into a rant about population replacement that wouldn't be out of place on an episode of Tucker Carlson, where it cries about white people being under attack. Unsurprisingly, Jiang's a big fan of his.
Well, thanks so much for inviting me, Tucker. I'm a huge fan. I've been admiring your work for a number of years now.
While Jiang predicates some of what he says about immigration on Europeans being racist, he makes this important point towards the end of the lecture.
Immigration is not natural. If you're born into a community, what is natural is for you to want to help this community grow and develop. You want to contribute to this community. What is not natural is for you to say, you know what, this community sucks, I'm gonna go find a new community.
Jiang is arguing that racism present in Europe is a response to something unnatural, all while Jiang does some racism of his own. It's a nasty bit of business where someone who was an immigrant himself seems to have learned the worst lessons of any discrimination he may have experienced. And there's another moment in one of his lectures that also requires some discussion, and that's where Jiang denied the Holocaust. This comment is brief, but can be seen in the video titled "The German Will to Power."
We don't actually have any concrete evidence for the Holocaust, okay? So one piece of evidence for the Holocaust is this speech by Hitler.
The context here is that he's examining an anti-Semitic screed from Hitler and trying to argue that the term Jewish is a metaphor.
It's the Jews who are a metaphor for a national elite group of individuals who are conspiring to undermine the vitality and the strength of the German nation.
Like everything he discusses in his lectures, he doesn't linger too long on this.
Okay, on this segment, I will not be even jokingly defending Professor Zhang. Okay? It's not happening. That's insane.
And it's part of a much larger framework I mentioned earlier about how anti-Semitism was used to mask the real origins of communism, which was apparently the capitalists. I'm not sure if he means that Hitler saw through this ruse or if we should understand his words in that context rather than what they literally mean. But to even go down this road
saying there is no concrete evidence for the Holocaust is one of the most insane things that you can say. Again, by the way, feeding back to the theory that I presented previously, which is this is the only type of content that the YouTube algorithm promotes. I don't know why. I don't know if it's a grand conspiracy, not to get all Professor Chong with it. I took the robe off at this point, so I'm no longer Dr. Jihad. But it is crazy that he hits all of the fucking high notes, dude. This is straight up white boy catnip, okay? You put information like this in whatever form it takes in front of young white boys, and they will literally give you the world, okay? It's the same with Fresh and Fit, Andrew Tate, Professor Chiang, Sargon of Akkad, Richard Spencer, Nick Fuentes. I don't know what the fuck it is. You got to be an incel. You got to say Muslims are taking over Europe, and you got to deny the Holocaust, or at least like show a little bit of skepticism towards it. And straight up, YouTube will be like, oh my God, step right this way, sir. You are literally the GOAT. We will put you at the top of the leaderboard, at the top of the directory. Okay, is Sargon even still going? No, I'm saying they come and go, but they have their moments, right? And there's different eras. There's always like a different era where there's a content creator where you're like, why the fuck's this guy famous? He's like absolute dumbass. And then you scratch the surface and you always find the same shit. Okay? You scratch the surface and you find the same exact policies, the same exact ideologies, the same exact principles. Unvarnished white supremacy, hatred of women, and Nazism, you know, different variants of like fascist behavior, fascist ideology. Tyler Hitler Vera is another example of this, and I don't understand it at all. Oh, they got clapped already.
Put us in some alarming territory where these abstract...
Sam Harris hates women. Sorry, my best friend is a lib who is obsessed with Sam and I need ammo. Yeah, I mean, Sam Harris doesn't deny the Holocaust, and I don't think he hates women that much. I think he's just like basic level. It's not anything exceptional, but he is unbelievably right. For your liberal friend, I mean, your liberal friend might be a huge Islamophobe because that's like Sam Harris's number one thing. Maybe he just can't imagine the Nazis would do the Holocaust because it doesn't fit into game theory. What is this? On the topic of Muslim integration, oh, I saw this. Yeah, least integrated Syrian in Bavaria.
Dass gerade hier und heute mit.
It's really funny because the replies are full of people being like, fuck this guy still. This motherfucker is a Syrian refugee who apparently speaks with an unbelievably thick accent too, and not a Syrian one.
Denn geflüchtet aus Syrien ist Ali als
And he went and he bought his own fucking pony and everything.
Osterritt in Regen mit dabei.
This is 100% integration, okay? 100% integration. Okay, he's a true Bavarian. Yeah, and the replies are all like fucking AFD adjacent dickheads being like, oh, just fucking bullshit. Disgusting, that's not German. Okay.
If du dabei bist, dann findest du noch schöner und magst immer mit tun. Weil da ist ja jedes Mal etwas dabei, ist ja immer Gaudi dabei. Für mich ist das einfach schön und das ist einfach ein Traum von mir.
In Poschets
I'm German and I can't understand him, so he's perfectly integrated into Bavaria. Yeah. It's a joke that Bavaria is not Germany. Oh, okay.
Hypotheticals have Jiang engaging in some kind of denialism that divorces us from history as we understand it, and instead the fantasy world he's creating. This particular lecture isn't a part of his game theory series, but rather one titled Civilization, where he provides other absurd alternative readings of history, such as the Carthaginian Hannibal not actually existing.
Hannibal Barca did not exist as a person.
While incredibly silly, his commentary on Hitler and the Holocaust can't be so easily laughed at. And if he can upload new versions of lectures to fix audio issues, I think he can upload new versions of lectures that supposedly have him accidentally denying the Holocaust. At least according to his audience, that's the defense I saw most frequently. It seems like that would be a really good thing to fix. But as we step out of the classroom, maybe we'll get a little more information on what he thinks about this. A question that kept popping into my head while watching these lectures was, how is this a class? Although Jiang teaches a course called Western Philosophy, he only mentions philosophers in passing and instead subjects his students to long discussions about modern-day geopolitics and his bizarre theories.
What? North Korea is one of the few places where capitalism still exists? The DPRK under Kim Jong-un has been anything but socialist. What is happening at this point, man? I don't even want to know. I mean, this first one is obviously a fucking joke, but I don't even know what the second one is. West Coast neoliberal elitist, trans pride flag, Ukraine flag, Israel flag. Wait, they I assume I've been blocked by this account. Up there. Okay. Yeah. They got hashtag NAFO on the fucking, they got hashtag NAFO on there. That's, you know. What is this scene? This one, this is the official position of the German Green Party. Imagine, imagine being vegan for ethical reasons and then also pro-Israel. Yeah, let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something. There truly is every kind of person out there. I mean, yeah, especially Twitter, where I think people just like wear their mental illness on their sleeve. Myself included, let's be real. You know, I got a weird one. The fact that I'm even on Twitter, it's indicative of some level of mental illness.
On world history. Occasionally, he'll try to connect Plato or Kant to his lecture, but it's hardly a suitable amount of material for a real lecture on those subjects. Jiang's teaching methods are unorthodox, but it seems to fit the vibe of the school he teaches at, Moonshot Academy. I can't speak to what the average high school is like in China, but this one seems unique, with a striking interior design and small class sizes of less than 10 students per teacher. I don't know what any of these other classes are like, but I hope these kids are getting a better education than what they're getting in Jiang's class. Jiang does talk about his previous experiences in education at other institutions. Notably, he spends one of his lectures complaining about how he was fired from his previous teaching job.
The word that everyone used to describe me was not reformer, not visionary, not idealist, not dreamer, but dictator, okay? Or another word that they used that was more common was...
I think Hasan loves Professor Jiang so much because his stream is the only leftist stream where gaming is just a theory. No, I love Professor Jiang because he gets to teach you the real theory, okay? All the Hammer and Sickle Twitter accounts are right, okay? I purposely am trying to defeat all the revolutionary spirit that people have by educating you on the Professor Jiangian style of theory. Does he even teach English? I don't know what he's teaching. I know that technically they're saying, people keep repeating, and the school is presenting him as a teacher of Western philosophy. And yet I have heard zero Western philosophy. This motherfucker has a Yale education, by the way, an English degree, but still, like, this is a Yale educated guy. How the fuck did this happen?
This guy's an asshole. Okay?
I guess technically Holocaust denial definitely does fit in Western philosophy. So he's just teaching, his entire thing is basically teaching his students that Western philosophy is insane. Okay? Just be an insane woman-hating, racist Holocaust denier, and you basically understand damn near entirety of Western philosophy. This is not to teach the students anything new. It's just it's a warning more so. Where he's basically saying, don't learn this, okay?
This guy's a complete asshole.
I'm not sure talking about how you lost your last job is suitable for a lecture, but he eventually turns this personal anecdote into a story about how everyone involved with education is lazy and not operating out of a deep love of brightening young minds like he is.
What? Yeah, after every lesson, he literally says, this is why you're not supposed to go to America, where I got a college degree in one of the best institutes of higher learning at Yale University. This is why you need to stay in China. Okay? They will fuck your ass up like they scrambled my brains.
Listening to his lecture on that experience of getting fired, the big takeaway I got was that it sounded like his experimental curriculum design had very tough grading, which annoyed some people. His current class doesn't have grades, though. It doesn't have tests either. Students either pass or fail. How he assesses their learning is never made clear, since most of his classes are typically him lecturing with the odd question every now and again. Before the school's break for midterms, Jiang's class featured a midterm he designed, where he answered questions from the internet.
All right, so in this tweet, Mr. Bojack said that, listen.
He does eventually give his students the chance to ask questions, though they usually just create opportunities for him to further exposit his bizarre ideas. In this clip, he's responding to a question about his theory that Israel is going to let Tel Aviv get destroyed so the more secular Israelis will die, leaving the more religious ones in charge.
It's not that hard to...
What the fuck? Dude, wait, dude, this guy's out of his fucking mind. Dude, oh my God, I need to be in his class so bad. Okay, next time I go to China, I am going to try to be in his class. I'm going to try to figure out a way where I can sit through one of his lessons. Oh my God. He's awesome.
We build an economy and a city. It's not, okay? So it's to develop the spiritual cohesion of a people, to make them believe in something so that they're willing to die for it, okay? That's what matters, all right? Destroying a city, you can rebuild in 5 years' time. It's not that hard. Just hire the Chinese to do it.
Bro, this guy's really stretching the boundaries of the firewall, okay? Like how is the Chinese dude, the Chinese government, everyone talks about how the Chinese government is so repressive and so fucking, and there's truth to it, right? But goddamn, they're just letting this guy do whatever the fuck he wants. Clearly, they don't give a shit about a lot of things, okay? Like, what are you talking about? The Chinese government is watching these and falling for it? Yeah, they're changing. Yeah, they're writing about the Professor Zhang lectures on what's that website where they write stuff for the party? Like new notes. He's gonna be mentioned in the annual Xi Jinping's annual statement, like his nation address.
Okay.
The Quishi, right? Yeah.
Letting an entire city be wiped out so one group can consolidate their power is ridiculous. But that was only before I considered that they could just ask China to rebuild a city in 5 years. I'm sure it's just that easy. Jiang cares less about evidence or mathematical models in the world, but
they're putting this in the CPC Central Committee bi-monthly. Professor Jiang has a brilliant new thesis that we will be discussing. Professor Jiang invited to deliver a direct lecture to the standing committee. Maybe they see the benefit of him rotting American brains and they let him cook. Search his name? No, I'm not going to search Professor Jiang. It's going to be another Professor Jiang that comes up.
Instead, he uses intuition.
I know it's game theory. I know it's supposed to use math, but I'll be constrained by math, okay? So I use a lot of intuition. I use a lot of doubt.
He teaches in Canada, not China? Wait, no, I'm pretty sure he teaches... Wait, no, he teaches in Beijing. No, he lives in China. And these are lectures that he's giving to real students. No, he is literally in China. I'm pretty sure he's in China, and these lessons are in a Beijing private school in China. He does not put any of those videos on Chinese social media, by the way, because I think he would get ethered instantly. Like, that's the funniest thing. Like, if he posted even a fraction of these lectures on Bilibili or some shit, he would definitely immediately account gone. Okay, which is really funny. So, I mean, I know that the Chinese government doesn't really give a shit about like uploads to the Western internet. Like, they don't really care that much. But what I can't comprehend is how he is allowed to teach whatever the fuck he's teaching in Moonshot Academy in a Chinese private school. What the fuck? Okay, I'm skipping this. Civilization is in a race between education and catastrophe. Moonshot Academy is committed to building global learning community as grounded in competency-based liberal arts education and characterized by real-world projects. Our mission is to cultivate fulfilled individuals and active, compassionate citizens to support the continuation of prosperity and human civilization. Looking for 15 learners passionate about tech entrepreneurship, offering up to full scholarships of 4 years. A hackathon exclusively for middle school learners. The ISM Project, discipline, subject, visual arts, family memoirs, startup game studio experience. The president of the school doesn't live in China. Why does the Chinese government allow this to happen? That's what I don't understand. Yeah, see, it's in Beijing. I heard I missed the Cussy talk. Run that back. Too late. He moved back to China after this. Last week, I was detained at a Toronto public school because the staff suspected me of child abuse. Here I explain what happened and why I plan to file a lawsuit. Wait, what? Bro, what? Have people just not like looked into this guy's background at all? All your haters are like this. Why? He's not a hater. First of all, he's a lover. So remember that. I mean, he's agnostic. Okay, this is not... Professor Jiang is not a designated HasanAbi enemy. Okay? Let's just... Yet. This is the Breaking Points historian, Crystal. No, I talked to them after this because I wanted to get his contact information and I wanted to have him on the stream, which I still do, by the way, for the record. But what I don't understand is what this guy is done, what he's capable of doing. He crashed out on his videos for it. Wait, no, I know he uses VPN. We watched that interview. I've told you guys this already. If you're in China and you're not on Chinese internet and you're on Western internet, you can do whatever the fuck you want. That's not confusing to me. Okay? What's confusing to me is how he actually teaches Chinese students in Beijing in English, and he says these things in his lectures. How do you get on the West internet? What do you mean? I literally live streamed from China. I live streamed my entire trip in China from China. What is this? Is it Bilibili? Did you find a Bilibili video of Professor Zhang?
今天我想探讨一下全球经济将如何崩溃。
Collapse of the global economy. Wait, he's popping on fucking Bilibili too? Isn't this one of the international schools? Oh my God.
And you're not a professor. I know it's your YouTube moniker, but you're a high school teacher.
They China-fied this, by the way. That's so funny. They made this. You're a Professor Zhang's identity was exposed. The host questioned him on the spot. You were a middle school teacher. Why do you call yourself professor? Are you being Are you being controlled by Dongda University? Oh God, this is a little bit of Chinese anti-Indian racism there. I saw this guy live in the UK. He has that inexplicable Indian self-confidence. It's fucked up. Okay.
I use a lot of debate.
His class, according to him, is meant to spark creativity and encourage his students to use their own intuition. The biggest problem, his students never actually get to do any of that in this class, at least not in the lectures he's uploaded. Students should have the opportunity to create their own theories or ideas, or maybe experiment with frameworks that let them challenge themselves. This class is more about challenging Jiang to see if he can keep all the balls he's juggling in the air, deflecting the challenges he gets from his students. There's also the additional danger of his students and audience ignoring the game of creating hypotheticals while taking his statements about the real world and its history at face value. If Jiang wants to demonstrate the intersection between game theory and politics, he could simply use a fictional place like Westeros from Game of Thrones. So there's no danger of anyone taking what he says about the real world seriously. But by grounding his speculation in the real world and mixing it in with his own misunderstandings, it can only serve to confuse the audience. Something that becomes apparent when you look away from the lecture videos and the comment sections underneath them, filled with people who seem to think they're learning about the world. Jiang does himself no favors when he steps out of his...
For sure. I thought this was a college lecture. Can't believe this is high school. Can't believe I'm learning this stuff for free. Yeah, now I too believe the Holocaust, that there was no concrete evidence for it. And also, women are constantly trying to fuck the hottest guys. And we should deny them. We should deny them the free... the capacity to make choices so we don't fall like the Roman Empire. This is incredible.
Classroom and starts presenting the ridiculous fantasies he's cooked up to a wider audience, something he's doing more of as he started making the rounds in the podcast circuit. In a previous video of mine about Minnesota and the lies spread about that state by Nick Shirley, I paid special attention to the podcast environment that let such a clueless kid like him seem far more credible, treating his nonsense as something to be taken seriously. Jiang has had a similar experience as his public profile has risen, often brought on to discuss his theories about the world.
Professor Zhang does have much better skills in narration. He is I mean, it's not really saying much, but like a third grader probably can speak better and more confidently than Nick Shirley, but still, we know he's literate. We know he went to college. He's capable of complex thoughts, maybe perhaps too complex at times. Nick Shirley is not capable of any of those things.
Called as an absent-minded host nods along. Here's a quick taste of a prediction from a podcast with a guy.
If anything, I can probably safely assume Nick Shirley might have been a Professor Zhang student at Moonshot Academy. This is what happens when you get lectured by Professor Zhang.
Guy named Cyrus Jansen I've never heard of. This was recorded a few months back.
If you just look at history, if you just look at the history of humanity from a macro perspective, ice ages are a common thing. So I think that we're moving towards an ice age.
With record heat temperatures for more than 2 decades now, we're actually heading in the opposite direction, at least according to climate scientists who, I suspect, have looked into this far more than Jiang has. Here's another example of him saying something ridiculous in his interview with Tucker Carlson.
You'd be called a racist, and that's the worst thing to be called, right? You're better off being called a pedophile, right? Yes. Pedophiles have more rights now than racists.
I have no idea.
Tucker Carlson's like, he's holding it so hard. He's like, what are you saying, man?
Idea
Yes.
right? Pedophiles have more rights now than racists.
I have no idea.
Yo, dude, Professor Jung, man, what a fucking legend, dude. He's crazy. I feel like things just come into his mind. He's not lying when he says like, the scientific method is bullshit. Obviously, everyone just, invents their own reality and then says whatever comes to their mind immediately. Yeah, it's true for Professor Jung. Okay, he doesn't hold anything back. He just says whatever comes up. No filter. Oh, that's awesome.
What he's trying to say here, aside from playing along with Tucker Carlson, to pretend like being called a racist is the worst thing that can happen to you when people like Tucker Carlson have made a pretty good living by being a professional racist. During this interview, Jiang also said,
But how much more money could he make if he was a professional pedophile? Got you there, Jose. No way, Jose. Yeah, bet he'd make even more money. Disproving your point immediately. Case in point, Jeffrey Epstein. That's right. That's right. You don't think.
As things that are so clearly and obviously not true.
These elite universities, Yale, Harvard, they are the most critical of Western civilization. They don't teach Homer and Dante and Plato.
Jung has a degree in English.
He has a degree in English from Yale. He knows they teach that. That's so stupid. You definitely know that they taught you that. Yes, they do.
Literature from Yale, where he learned about all these figures. And I did a quick check, and there are still several courses teaching Homer, Dante, and Plato at Yale. These interviews do strip bare the defense that his ideas are meant to be fun hypotheticals, not to be taken too seriously, and he's perfectly happy to repeat them on these podcasts, like the existence of secret societies.
There will be a world war, the final war, and possibly a nuclear war. But who Gog and Magog is up for debate.
Wow.
It's a bit of a wonder where he gets this stuff from, though considering his media diet, it's not surprising that watching Tucker Carlson and Jimmy Dore contributes to someone being this confused about the world.
I think you're the best news
goat talk. All my goats.
source on TV
Goat
right
talk.
now, even though you're not actually on TV, and actually you're not a journalist. But yes,
When Jiang sits down with Jimmy Dore, things start to get really unhinged, like when he calls the mass shooting on Bondi Beach that targeted Jewish people a false flag.
there are a lot of false flags, right? So, for example, the model is...
I spoke too soon. I shouldn't have said goat talk right before this. That was a joke for the record.
But you will see more examples of false flags against Jews in order to scare the Jewish diaspora to return to Jerusalem.
This interview also reveals how he got turned on to some of the more esoteric beliefs in his theories.
I spent a lot of time watching Kurt Metzger on your show, and he mentioned the Sapien Francus. He mentioned the interdimensional lizard people, and that's what got me to research these topics. And then I was slowly able to connect the dots.
I was curious about Jiang's comment about Kurt Metzger, a comedian who serves as Jimmy Dore's co-host, who's somehow even dimmer than Dore. And I found Jiang made an appearance on Metzger's podcast as well. There was more discussion about how the Bondi Beach shooting was some kind of secret plot, though he does think that the deaths were real at least. It does get significantly weirder the deeper they get into the show.
You look at World War II, okay? How much of World War II that we've been taught in school do you think actually happened during World War II? Like our understanding of World War II, do you think that's actually what happened? I don't know.
This certainly makes me think his earlier comment about the Holocaust wasn't Jiang misspeaking, but he doesn't expand on things in this interview either. It's yet another part of his pattern of believing history that's not just comically wrong, but also conspiratorial in a way that reflects some really ugly beliefs. It was genuinely a surprise to me to find out that Jiang is not a new addition to the YouTube space from an ideological perspective, but rather he's a product of the sewage system of reactionary political commentary channels. What seemed like Jiang's original bullshit is just recycled crap from someone else's rear end. The interview Jiang is probably most famous for is the one he had on Breaking Points, which has racked up 9 million views. This interview is particularly harmful because it's over 10 minutes of Jiang seeming almost respectable when he drops this at the very end.
Yeah, I had a conversation with them. They were like shocked by this, okay? They literally were like, the interview was like actually pretty insightful up until the very last moment where it just turned into something utterly insane.
He starts with an answer about the Epstein files revealing elites operating in secret, but then he makes a huge jump to assume that it's not just sex crimes they're doing.
And the Illuminati are composed of three major groups, okay? You have the Jesuits, who control the Vatican. You have the Sephardim Frankists, which control the modern state of Israel today. And you have the Freemasons, which control the national security apparatus of the United States. And they believe that Israel, this war in the Middle East, is key to the end times.
While the Epstein files obviously revealed lots of criminal activity, it was a conspiracy to commit sex crimes, not a conspiracy to bring about the end times. This is where the interview should have started, or at the very least, they should have taken some time to ask what the hell he was talking about. Platforming is a complicated subject, and if he was a smaller creator, I think providing people like him a platform does more harm than good because he's likely to reach an audience regardless of how he's presented. However, the popularity Jiang already has puts him in a category where the benefit of this appearance isn't so one-sided. But if someone like this is going to be on your show, they need to be more aggressively questioned. Mehdi Hasan did a better job confronting Jiang on some of his more outlandish claims, even if he didn't go as far as I might have liked.
I've blown up all across the internet, and I don't think this is organic. But so I wonder if there are some governments or some entities that believe that my message should be amplified.
This was so funny. I love this because he literally is just like, I don't know, maybe he's literally just like, I don't know. Yeah, maybe some governments are amplifying my message. Who knows? I make stuff up all the time. Like, it's so funny because he's like so sincere about being a charlatan, at which point you're like, well, where can we go in this conversation if you're just revealing that you don't know what you're talking about and you make stuff up all the time and you even admit that you might be a psyop for a government? And like I said, the way he carries himself the way he conducts himself in this interview is so fascinating because he has this weird, like, naive confidence where he's just like, I don't know what I'm talking about. It's awesome. People love it. People love it. Maybe I'm a plant. Who knows? Think about that a lot.
It is possible I'm a useful idiot.
I've never heard this man's cadence change except when he was talking about interracial relationships. Yes, that's also true. He got unbelievably bent out of shape when he was talking about, Asian women fucking white boys. He did not like that at all.
Strange thing to say. Even though I'm critical of him, I don't doubt the ability of the algorithm to push nonsense without being manipulated by a nation state. I would like to see if he has some kind of evidence for his suspicion that he's being artificially boosted, but he's not really a man of facts and doesn't provide any.
I think that...
Yeah, this is the other side of the story, which is, what the fuck? This is the other side of the story where you can't really take him seriously, but everyone does. But he doesn't take himself seriously. So it's like you can't really conduct a thorough debate with a guy who just says, I make stuff up. Like, how are you supposed to have a conversation with a guy who literally goes, yeah, I make stuff up. It's awesome, actually. I don't know why people take me seriously. Yeah, I think it's good to make stuff up. You should do it too. You know? It's just, what are you, okay, I guess that's it. End the debate at that point. What are we supposed to fucking debate?
Education is that it focuses too much on facts, too much on rigor, and not enough on imagination.
Too much on facts. Do you hear yourself?
The last interview I want to briefly mention is...
Yeah, he literally does stand 10 toes down on that, where he's like, yeah, I make stuff up. I think people should stop relying on facts as much.
When Jiang went on Patrick Bet-David's podcast, where he had a few wacky takes, like that COVID-19 was an American bioweapon.
So I believe that this was an American bioweapon funded by Tony Fauci.
PBD, following the pattern of most of these hosts, doesn't seriously challenge him on any of these ridiculous claims.
Okay, well, what's Canadian, the expectation? You think PBD is going to do that? He's like, I'm a numbers guy. Professor Jiang, you're a very smart guy. We're going to grok it. We're going to ChatGPT it.
Oh, I do need to push back on a comment Jiang made about his former home.
If I said certain things that I said in Canada, then it's possible that I get visited by the police.
Don't worry, Jiang. They don't arrest people for having a shitty YouTube channel. And he isn't the only one living off his channel. There's currently a big gold rush right now with channels posting clips of all his lectures, some of them getting tons of views. In one case, there's a creepy AI version of Jiang that talks to the audience. I've not spoken much about AI on this channel.
Bro, this literally looks like the hotel I stayed at in fucking Doha. That's crazy. That looks insane.
Channel, but if anyone is curious, I am not a fan. And I think AI videos like these are some of the worst garbage on this website. I'll give Jiang some credit here, because at least he's spreading his own talking points. Anyone using AI to spread messages built on the backs of the labor of others are parasites on this website, and I have nothing but contempt for them. In the comments section under Jiang's videos, it was nice to see so many comments from people anxious to learn. I think that kind of enthusiasm is genuinely a good thing, and it often serves people quite well in life. But Jiang is not offering a real education. Anyone who wants to learn about history, philosophy, or game theory would be better served by, and I hate to break this to you, enrolling in a school and learning from an actual professor. I know not everyone has the means to do this, and there are some decent substitutes, such as reading books or watching lectures from people with real credentials who have been adequately trained to speak on these subjects. I'm not saying you should only listen to someone on a subject if they have a doctorate in it. I am saying that when someone is offering commentary that completely upends decades of scholarship and fields of study that have tens of thousands of people working in research, consider that these new ideas might not be completely invalidating entire fields of study if they're coming from a high school teacher with an active imagination. I'm not saying it's impossible for that to happen, just that it would require a lot of work, and that level of work simply isn't being seen in Jiang's videos. Another common type of comment I saw were people comparing the lectures to watching something on Netflix, and while I strongly disagree with that, since the new season of One Piece was far more entertaining than listening to a man ramble about the Freemasons for 50 minutes, I understand the categorical difference here. A YouTube video is a great choice if all you're looking for is entertainment. I would still argue that there are far better sources for that on YouTube than Jiang, but it's not quite as disastrous as thinking he's actually teaching you anything. I can't help but see this eerie similarity between Jiang and Jordan Peterson, where the aesthetic of academia ramps up into a caricature of education, where people are not getting the tools they need to thrive in the world, but instead a perpetual daddy figure who will spoon-feed them gibberish under the guise of bettering them intellectually. Jordan Peterson has parlayed his public persona into creating a city that has all the aesthetics of education without any of the actual substance or value. My good friend Zoe B has a whole video about that institution and how it uses the aesthetics of learning to siphon money from Peterson's faithful audience. She was the one who found that anecdote about Dr. Fox I used in my intro, so give full credit to Zoe for that. After a decade of watching Peterson continuously bilk his audience for enough money to make him a millionaire, I hope we don't have to see a repeat with that with Jiang Shuiqin. Although he did say he's working on a book, so I guess we'll be seeing how much money he makes off of that.
Oh, I can't fucking wait for that. I can't wait for that, bro. I'm going to read the fuck out of that. That's the real theory. That's like Das Kapital. Throw that shit in the fucking dustbin of history, dude. Professor Jiang. I'm a Jiangist, okay? Jungian psychology. Jungian predictive history. Oh, my God. Fucking amazing. Anyway, guys, I'm going to go and spend some time with my family and my loved ones.